Festival.
A stallion.
The girl making a stallion.
A pit bull.
Mr. 305.
A couple of combs.
Luke Combs. Sean Diddy Combs.
A couple of legends.
Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo.
The Black Keys.
Black Eyed Peas.
LL.
Cool J.
Maren Morris. And MM.
Marcus Mumford.
She.
Avril Lavigne.
He.
Lionel Richie.
And them.
Sam Smith.
Halsey.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Brought to you by Capital One.
Coming to the CW October 7th and 8th.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the Kale Crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for the testimonials.
As a mom, I know how my little guy's feeling just by listening. That's happy. And that's a stuffy nose. So that's when I use Vicks Sinex Children's Saline Nasal Mist.
Instantly clear mucus at the source with Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Get fast, drug-free relief from everyday stuffy noses for ages 1 and up. Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Look for the Vicks branded nasal spray in the cold and flu aisle. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Attention homeowners age 62 or older. Are rising costs and the uncertainty of inflation affecting your peace of mind? There may be a solution for you that millions of homeowners are already taking advantage of. A federally insured home equity conversion mortgage, or HECM, is designed to help older homeowners combat the impacts of inflation by eliminating your monthly mortgage payment and positively impacting your cash flow. To learn more about this program and to find out if you qualify, call the HECM helpline at 800-946-1664. Put your mind at ease and call Colorado-based Cherry Creek Mortgage at 800-946-1664. That's 800-946-1664. Or visit cherrycreekreverse.com. Cherry Creek Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 3001, Equal Housing Opportunity. Borrowers must maintain the property, taxes, insurance, and HOA dues. This material is not from HUD or FHA, nor approved, endorsed by, or on behalf of any government agency. For licensing, visit www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. New adventures just an Amtrak away.
Starting off with sunshine, then we've got a good chance for showers and thunderstorms as we get into a little bit later on this afternoon, lasting into this evening. Temps today in the upper 70s, a little bit cooler for the weekend, with a good chance for rain both afternoons. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Visit new and exciting places across the U.S. On Amtrak, it isn't just about the destination, it's about the journey. Without busy airports or cramped car rides, with no middle seats, extra legroom, and even private rooms. New adventures, just an Amtrak away. Book now at Amtrak.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter. Mornings at 10. Streaming live on our free iHeartRadio app and at khow.com.
Yes, super. ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. Painstaking searches continue in Florida after Hurricane Ian. Kevin Guthrie is Florida's emergency management director and says
that hasty search is just very quick, see if they see any survivors that are alive or in a traumatic situation, and they start to move those individuals to safety. That's been conducted. Now we're back in that primary search area, which is now we're doing a little more detailed search, and then we'll do a second search behind that.
There are 21 deaths reported in the state and over 1.9 million power outages. Governor Ron DeSantis called Fort Myers the ground zero of the storm. The Orlando and Tampa airports reopening today. Hurricane Ian has already made 3 landfalls and a 4th is on the way this afternoon, expected to arrive north of Charleston, South Carolina, where a flash flood warning is in effect. In Moscow today, Vladimir Putin announcing Russia is annexing 4 regions in Ukraine. Ukraine's president, in turn, asking to join NATO. This is ABC News. 2 brothers, including a worker at a detention center in Texas, now under arrest after the shootings of 2 migrants near El Paso. Mike and Mark Shepard allegedly opened fire on a group of migrants along the side of a road. 1 was killed. The FDA giving the green light to a new drug to fight ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Relivrio is designed to help slow down the nerve damage caused by the disease. A job opening coming soon, but you need to be up on the news and funny.
Trevor Noah is signing off from The Daily Show on Comedy Central.
I'm really grateful, to a network who believed in just this random comedian nobody knew on this side of the world. South Africans knew and loved me. Yeah.
The comedian announcing on the show Thursday he is stepping down after 7 years as host.
And it's not instant. I'm not disappearing. Don't worry. If I owe you money, I'll still pay you.
No word yet on when his last show will be or who will replace him. Lionel Moise, ABC News, New York.
Rena Roy, ABC News.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the kale crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A Colorado Springs man has been arrested on espionage-related charges. The Department of Justice says 30-year-old Jara Dalk was working for the National Security Agency earlier this year when he's accused of transmitting excerpts of classified documents to someone he believed was a foreign agent. In reality, the person was an undercover FBI agent. Dalk subsequently arranged to transfer additional classified information to the agent at a location in Denver, and that's where he was arrested earlier this week.
When you hear your name, come on and tell
Three
Tom what's going
violations
on.
of the
What's the name of the
Espionage
contractor?
Act. If convicted, he could face up to life in prison or the death penalty. Dalk made his first appearance in federal court
You don't have
Thursday.
to provide it on the
After
air,
a
but I'd like to
warm
know in
week,
case
a
we've
cooler
heard
and
of
wet
them, know of
weekend
them,
on
or
the
friends
way.
with them.
Temperatures across the front range in the upper 70s. We'll start off with sunshine and then see a few more showers and thunderstorms by later on this afternoon and this evening. Saturday and Sunday will both be in the low 70s. We'll see partly
Got it,
cloudy
Florida
with a good chance
Contractor.
for rain
Hang tight. Let's
Saturday
see
and
the
Sunday afternoon and evening.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
It's a calm, cool,
Troubleshooter
collected
Show, what is your
Friday
first name?
drive to hit the 10 o'clock hour throughout the Denver Metro. I-25 southbound showing no surprises.
Okay,
Several
how can I
slowdowns
help you then?
between
Because if you needed
I-70
help
and
for
Spear
advice,
Boulevard
that's
into
exactly where we
downtown.
would start.
On the northeast
You need a
end near the
referral or
Welby and
something, I
Derby
can help
area,
you with that real
I-76
quick. What's-
westbound heavy congestion between
What kind of
84th
lawyer?
and I-270 clears right up after the road construction. On the east end of town, Pena Boulevard southbound, we are seeing some slowdowns
what kind
between
of,
Tower Road and 56.
insurance?
Nothing out of the ordinary there for this time of day. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon with a
Man,
high
I
of
don't know
78
if I have
degrees,
an attorney
overnight
that,
low of
I
51.
mean,
The current temperature in
I
Denver
don't
is
know if I
64
have an
degrees.
attorney,
With
that
your
kind of
impact
thing.
traffic
Let's
and weather,
see here,
Mark Sloan, 630 KHOW.
What do you want to sue
It's
your,
baffling to think
your
that one-third of
insurance
America
company, or
was
is
for
it
the
someone
revolution,
else's?
one-third against, and one-third just didn't want to pick a side. Families
Okay,
were torn apart, like Ben Franklin.
I could save you
Be
a
sure to
bunch
catch
of
this week's
money
edition
and
of Our
have you on
American
with
Stories
Tom
on
and
iHeartRadio
talk
app, on
about
Apple
the
Podcasts,
process
or
of
wherever
how
you get
that
your
works when
podcasts.
the other party's
Vast
insurance
array of
company
flooring,
isn't doing what
carpet,
they
LVT,
are supposed to
hardwood
do,
tile,
Andrew.
Simply
I can
Floors
give you a few
Inc.com has
attorneys.
it
I have
all
no
with all the
idea if they'll
major
take it,
brands.
though.
And the kicker, they
It's
can
just,
save you up to
those car
40%
insurance
from the
deals,
big
they
box
usually
stores.
end up
I'm consumer advocate Mark
costing more to
Major.
pay an
What I love
attorney
is
than
how
it
they
would
bring
just
the
try to
showroom
figure it
to
out
you.
or
You
handle
get
it
to
on
see
your
all the different
own.
kinds of flooring right next to your furniture, your walls, your paint. They also have free design services.
Yeah,
Set
I mean,
up your
what I'm
in-home
saying is I bet if we
appointment
can
at
get you some solid advice and
simplyfloorsinc.com.
help on the
That's
show if you're willing to talk to Tom.
simplyfloorsinc.com.
For seniors on Medicare,
Okay,
it
listen
can
to
be
the phone,
tough
Andrew.
to
When
find
you
a
hear it,
doctor
I'm going to
who's
tell Tom
tuned
what's
into
going
your
on the
needs.
show.
Name again? The doctor is running late. Sorry.
No results yet. Break free from the way it's always been with One Medical Seniors. We offer convenient locations,
you need me to get
on-site
on?
labs, and access to a doctor-led care team that believes you're more than your health history. Join One Medical Seniors and break free. Search One Medical Seniors. That's One Medical Seniors today.
Afternoons 2 to 4. It's
Troubleshooter
Leland
Show,
Conway.
what is your first name?
We have a chance to lower our taxes. We'll talk about it at 2. Plus at 3
Genevieve,
o'clock,
hi,
Twisted
and
View,
it's
an
Interact.
all-star
We'd like to
panel,
talk to
BK
Tom
and
about
Willie
the
B,
game.
plus Super Shoe and me. 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. And this hour brought to you by Silverleaf Mortgage for reverse loans, 720-REVERSE. 720-REVERSE. People are afraid of loans right now. Some people are turning to a reverse just to have it right now as an emergency or to get out from a payment. And you need to know all about it before you engage in that. 720-REVERSE. Welcome to the show. We're talking cars today. Today is car day. And that doesn't mean we don't talk about other things. In fact, your calls always take priority. But let's start out with an auto insurance claim here. And then we'll talk about Tesla a little because, you know, I don't like talking about personal stuff a lot, but both Suzanne, Mark, and I have had now personal experience with Tesla. And we'll talk about it as a car. We announced earlier this year we were very interested in Teslas because I think electric cars could be the future. However, I do believe it's a pipe dream to think we can all convert to electric. But there is definitely a move from every manufacturer to go that way. But first, Andrew. Welcome, Andrew. You want to talk about an auto insurance claim, so let's talk about it, Andrew. Let me get my sheet up here. I'm a little late getting started. So, Andrew, what's going on with you? I hope he's there. Andrew?
Andrew!
Okay. We may have to move on if he doesn't answer. Is it someone slow with the buttons or what?
He's up, man. It's him.
Andrew?
I wouldn't say that about Andrew. Hang on.
Yeah, let's get Andrew up. Come on, man. Andrew. All right.
Tom, it's Doug, not Andrew. That was so my bad. It's Friday.
Okay.
Sorry
so
about
Doug,
that.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I'm sorry, Doug, for calling you Andrew. Go ahead, Doug. What's going on with you, man?
Okay. Here's my deal. Back in February, I was in King Soopers. I was backing up. A lady behind me was backing up, and the back ends of both of our cars bumped into each other. She has got a dent about a ½ inch in diameter. I have a pickup truck, a little plastic damage on my bumper, so forget that. I told her, well, you know, we both got damaged, so we'll each just take care of our own problem. She decided the next day that she was going to take it to her insurance company. I explained to her I was just laid off. I don't have insurance, but I'll pay out of pocket.
Well, you shouldn't have to pay anything out of pocket if you both just backed into each other.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. But, you know, she's...
Now, is her insurance company, are they coming after you for payment?
Oh, $9,200 for a dent.
Well, hold on a second. She's not claiming injury, is she?
I don't know. I asked for a breakdown of all the costs, and they won't give it to me.
Well, listen, you know what, Doug? You're not guilty. Was there a police report?
No.
Okay, well, guess what? They have to prove your case. I mean,
Yeah.
Here's what I would do. I would say stick it. It's not me. I mean, they may come after you, but they have to prove it. They can't just allege it. They have to prove it. Okay, so she's going to testify, you're going to testify. I mean, is there anything to suggest you were at fault here?
No, sir. We both backed up. We both ran into each other because I have a big pickup truck. Minor damage to my truck, but she has a dent in the rear of her car.
But why is she saying that
Why did you agree to pay cash? I'm missing that.
Wait, hold on. I don't think he agreed to pay cash.
He said that to her.
He said, I don't have insurance.
I don't have insurance.
But wait a minute. Did you say to her, I don't have insurance, but I will pay you with cash? Did you say that to her?
Yes.
Why would you say that to her?
I told her, go get
Because it's probably his fault.
No, hold on. No, Doug. Now this is a whole different... You just said, go get an estimate and I'll pay you.
She's an old lady. I felt bad for her. I thought, how bad could it be? I was just trying to be a nice guy, and I turned around and got...
Well, you screwed yourself. You screwed yourself. You didn't tell her insurance company that, did you?
No.
I just do what Tom said and play stupid, quit talking to him.
I wouldn't talk to him. I would not talk to him a bit. Now, you don't have any coverage. I would say,
No,
and by the way,
I
you're
do
nuts.
now.
You're nuts. You have coverage now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of coverage?
I have complete coverage on my car.
All right. What I would do right now is if it was me or my brother or my uncle, this is what I would advise. Ignore them because it is simply a claim. It is nothing else. Did the insurance company write you a letter?
Yes, I got 2 letters from them.
And they're demanding payment?
Yes, and the second one was from a collection agency.
Yep, they can't. Look, this is all just a shakedown tactic. They're going to have to take you to court. However, I'm going to tell you about a nasty little thing in the world of collections that can happen. Listen carefully. This is true. This happened one time years ago with Yellow Cab. It was a similar situation in a parking lot. And it can happen with any company or any person, but right now I'm just going to tell you about a real case that happened with Yellow Cab many years ago. People backed into each other. No, actually, it was even worse. They backed into her. She wasn't moving yet. Now listen to what they did. Their insurance, because they're self-insured, they sent a letter for collection. And she said, I don't owe you any money. If anything, you owe me money. And then they said, okay, we're sending it to collection. They sent it to collection, and she ignored it. And guess where it ended up? On her credit report. Hold on. It's called credit report blackmail. What that means is someone like Yellow Cab or even a landlord who says you ruined the carpet and you refuse to pay because you say you didn't ruin the carpet. Instead of using the courts in a civil matter to have, to have like them decide who's guilty and who's not, instead they use credit reports to blackmail you into paying. And if you don't, it lowers your credit. Now, there are things you can do about it, and I think everyone needs to get more aggressive about credit. And in fact, I don't like a lot of legislation and the government getting involved, but this is one area I have been shouting from the mountaintops for 40 years. Credit reports are often used as blackmail, and they shouldn't be. But what you do here, Doug, is I would ignore it, and I would just, and if they call and want to get a recorded statement, say, submit your questions in writing, then I'd ignore them. The only thing I would respond to is a summons. And if you go to court, there is no way, from what you're telling me, no witnesses, no police report, there is no way they can prove their case. No, I don't see anything. Nothing. You didn't write anything down saying I'll pay you or anything, right?
Right.
You didn't do anything
Nothing
stupid.
in writing.
Okay, you don't even have to talk about your conversation. Now, what about your witnesses? Anybody?
No witnesses.
How about pictures? Did she take pictures?
There was nothing to take a picture of. She may have taken a picture of her own car. I don't know.
Well, you should have too. Anyway.
I should have.
He called for advice, and we gave him great advice. But I tell you, man, I think he hit her. It sucks he didn't have insurance.
Well, why do you think
Can
that?
you say that again?
Because he told her, because he literally told her, go to the body shop, I don't have insurance, I'll pay in cash. For what reason in a million years would you say that?
I said, go get an estimate and we'll work something out. Maybe I could pay half the estimate.
My whole point is, look, man, we gave you advice. It looks like you're going to have to pay anything at all. But my whole point is, why would you tell anybody that if you didn't do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Both did.
Felt sorry for her.
We both
Listen.
did it. I was trying to be a nice guy.
All right.
Said,
Well,
hey,
let's.
She's
I'm going to be a nice guy
now.
now.
Help her.
I'm going to be a nice guy now, and do a commercial. But hold on. I wanted to say something. This is going to be interesting. If you were to hold up a bastion of a wonderful, progressive, liberal company, at the top of the heap would be Starbucks. And that's, they're charitable giving, everything about them. And they're a wonderful company. I just don't like their coffee. I think they're a great run company. Everyone seems to be happy. But that's not enough to keep workers happy. Now you have workers uniting to unionize at Starbucks. Did you know that?
Hey, interesting enough, when we were in Vegas, man, the Starbucks had 3 employees, a line about 40 deep. Last time we were there, same Starbucks had, probably 10 employees. So they're having a hell of a time getting employees in general.
But they're unionizing, asking for better wages, disaster pay, whatever that means, and other conditions. Starbucks balking a little. So let's talk about this. I mean, of all the companies you would name, if somebody asked me, who needs to unionize? I would have thought they'd be the last one. I mean, Starbucks is the kind of company that goes out.
They're massive. They're not a franchise model. I mean, they're almost all company owned. Why? That seems to me it would be the perfect thing.
Well, for a union maybe, but I'm talking, yeah, okay. But what I meant was, like, I would never perceive them as abusing workers. You know what I mean? To me, it's like they stand on a soapbox and they advertise, give us your pierced, give us your tattooed, give us your dreadlocks, give us anything you want to be, and we'll put you to work and we'll love you. And I mean that, by the way. It's a place for everyone to work, and they all seem happy. So if someone, and I'm serious now, works at Starbucks, do you feel a union is necessary? I wouldn't know one way or the other, but I'm just curious, because as I said, usually unions are for people that feel like they're being abused or misused. We have more coming right up. I'm Tom Martino.
Former President Trump just made a big post to his Truth Social, and he's praising Dick Morris's new book, The Return. Trump said,
Dick Morris is the only other one I can Chick-fil-A, that's another one that stands out like that. Are they trying to unionize? Yeah. Now Chick-fil-A is the other side of the political scale, but still.
Doug, did you have more questions?
Said something about hold on. I don't think they're friends anymore.
That's what he's saying. Hang on a minute. Let me see if he's done. When he's done with his live spots, I'll ask. Hang on.
No live.
That's right. Hang on.
No live.
Oh, no lives? Oh. Hey, Tom. Were you done with Doug?
I guess we don't really have much more to tell him.
He should just ignore it.
Well, okay, you know what? We could always ask Compass, which might be a good idea.
You got a hell of an echo going on, by the way.
What?
It's an echo.
Like monkeypox. Ignore it.
No, I mean when you were actually on the air, you have an echo going.
Well, I have a question. If they go to court and they ask him under...
I shouldn't have an echo. Right now I have the monitor up, but hold on, let me check my
Well, how
volume.
big a house do you have?
Yeah, usually you don't have an echo. You had an echo.
Right.
Echoey.
It's not that big.
We call it the Dave Logan effect.
If he goes to court and they ask him under oath, if he said that, what's he going to do?
I'm going to get our insurance expert on to help the dude out.
Hey, Doc, don't you agree there's no way you would tell anybody that unless you felt like it was your fault?
No, what happens when they go to court? The judge asks questions, right? I'm asking. No. So tell me, I'm asking.
No, there is no hearing where a judge is going to take testimony. The answer
Da-da-da.
When you go to high school, what happens?
Oh, God bless.
So,
probably not us.
You say they
God bless, not us.
There's almost no way.
Hello.
a collection agency can't make money saying unless it was like 10, 20, 30 grand and they were sure to win. I mean, they evaluate. I mean, court is fucking
happens at the hearing? What happens at the hearing? I don't know, so now. Okay.
Ralph, if I, that was a wild crap.
No, I don't. And then they set it for trial.
Okay. And then it goes away.
Well, unless these guys bring it to trial. I mean, I guess in the hearing itself, the judge would probably dismiss it. Okay. Most likely.
Mark, that outbound that emailed you this morning that I said was on the list, tried her like 3 times.
Oh, weird.
We had a lady call wanting to get on the referral list, bankruptcy and family law. I gave her your email.
Yeah, I think I already got it a second ago.
Oh, cool. Genevieve or something like that.
You know, I was asking because I don't know. I mean, I wasn't saying something would happen.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
With what's happening with Bonnie and with her semi-retirement and with bankruptcy, we could do an endorsement for that person and get them on the air a lot.
Gotta drive that damn bus all the way to the Springs today. Ugh.
By the way, David Salisbury's doing a great job.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He looked fantastic the other day.
No, he's doing a good job. I thought why did I think he was backing away? But
he
is
seems
backing
healthy and everything. He's got his love life going.
Slowing down a bit.
He slowed down quite a bit back.
Yeah, of course, Westminster will email me when they have new cars available. Sure. Screw you guys. I'll never go back there again, ever.
Doug, I'm getting my insurance experts on. Hang on. Andrew. I don't even know where I came up with Andrew. That's the messed up part.
I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
One of the most misunderstood times in American history is the Salem witch trials. While Arthur Miller's The Crucible has tainted our view, we'll bring you the honest look at what really happened. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, my friend in the construction business, for your honesty, integrity, and contracts that mean something. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I've said this before. You can trust him. I've known him for 30 years, and I wouldn't say he's quite as nice as Frank Duran, but he's almost. I'm just kidding. They're all great people. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Just think, Mark, if we had to rank our sponsors by who we like the best. Oh, my God. Gee.
Well, Frank would be on top.
Well, he'd be up there, okay, because he's like saintly. And then, but Jay Brett's would be around
Jay
there.
Brett's definitely up towards the top.
Because I grew up, you know, I mean, geez, Jay and I are just buddies, right? And the kids are all friends. Let's see, who else? Definitely Mark Schmidt. I mean,
now, okay, let me ask you
but
this.
Isn't it funny how we know our clients? I mean, look at the guys at Compass. I mean, we really know them.
Oh,
and
yeah, Brian and the gang. But hold on.
Yes.
Who would you put at the bottom? There you go.
Okay, that's easy. Let me see. That's easy.
Who's not a referral saint?
Who's not listening right now?
Who do we not like? No, how could we say that?
What about Jeff Fick?
Okay.
I'd say
Jeff
Fick.
Fick. Jeff Fick would be toward the bottom, unless he brings me goose or geese or however the hell you put it. Jeff is here today with Kimmer Transmission. I want to ask a serious question now. We ask every time. So supply and demand, still a lot of people fixing cars, and most service stations are booked out, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Still.
We're booked into November right now.
Okay, next one, parts. Anything better or worse?
You know, it's a hit or miss. each day on which part you're not going to be able to get.
But it still has not gone back to normal.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. We don't expect to see anything normal for at least another year.
Okay. And I would say at the bottom with Jeff might be Kevin Calkin, too. You know, I'm just kidding. We love our sponsors. Let's go. This is a serious one, okay? First of all, Jennifer wants a HELOC referral. She means an equity line of credit, I think. Jennifer?
Yes, that's correct.
What is your interest rate right now on your regular?
3.7, I believe.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with that. Now, why do you want to pull money out for your equity? Jennifer, why do you want to pull money out? Is it for home improvement or what?
Hello?
Yeah,
Jennifer.
why do you want to pull money out?
Oh, I want to sell my house in the spring, and my house is in the Cherry Creek School District. Pretty, decent school district people want to live in.
Yeah.
It's a great starter home, and I just want to do some, renovations.
Okay, hold on, Jennifer. It's almost never worth it if your home is one of the lower priced homes in the area and you sell it with a dream, an as-is kind of thing. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't fix it up, but there are very few improvements that mean a damn. What did you want to do to it?
Well, you know what? I kind of want to replace my flooring, but I also am going to call Frank Duran, the real estate man.
He'll give you really good advice, and I'll tell you why, Jennifer. You need to look at dollars in versus dollars out. People actually like buying a house.
She's in the Springs, though. You need to call Stephanie Thomas.
That's Cherry Creek.
She's in Cherry Creek. She just said Cherry Creek School District.
I have no idea why I heard the Springs. My bad.
Okay. Now, Jennifer, you need to figure out what you should and should not do. Many people, if they're going to buy a house, unless the house is completely fixed up, they want to do it. Now, one thing, I'll tell you an example of something you should do if you need them and not leave it to the buyer. One thing you should do is windows. Okay? Good windows. I don't know. When was your house built?
I think it was built in the 80s,
Yeah.
but I've only owned it since 2015.
Okay. But windows would be an example of something that would be yay or nay for someone buying a home because they may not want to do windows. And I'm just saying, if they're like really bad, right?
But do you think if you drop 30, 40 grand in windows, and they're going to be that much, that it's going to increase a house she's going to sell in 6 months?
Yes. I think with windows it would.
Wow.
Yeah. Insulation is another one. But you have to have certificates to show what you did, or contracts or something. Now, I would say a roof is another. Again, a lot of people don't like that if it's not insurance, but a roof. I think people always say bathrooms and kitchens, and I say no. Not if you're going to sell it. If you're going to enjoy it, do it. I would not do it to sell it, unless I'm doing a fix and flip.
But back to her HELOC question. I mean, either a credit union, whoever's got the best interest rate. That's the answer.
That's totally the answer. But we have, I think Kurt Rogers will do good seconds, affordable interest mortgage. He does them.
Does he? I didn't know that.
I think he does.
I know Ideal doesn't.
No, Ideal just talked about getting into it, but you're right. Yesterday, Brent said they don't do them. Let's check with Kurt Rogers to see if he does them. But Jennifer, just call. I would actually call Frank first and say, Frank, what will this sell for right now in its condition, and what do you think I should do? No, he knows more than anyone when it comes to what helps sell a house.
Yeah, and it's all free advice.
And it's absolutely free. Let me give you his
Hell,
number.
if you ask him, don't say hell in front of him, though. He'll give you a free market analysis.
No, here it is. No, I'm serious. 303-920-1622. See, this is a prime example of where this market analysis really, really means something. Now, Craig has a comment, and I will go to Brian Burns. I want to ask about how aggressive insurance companies get with certain accidents when they go collecting. But right now, Craig says he has advice for Doug, who got into this accident. What happened is two people backing out of parking spaces, and they hit each other. And there's no discernible party at fault. They just went into each other, and now the other insurance company is trying to collect aggressively from Doug, and he's saying, wait a minute, there's no police report, there's no witnesses, why is it my fault, and why am I paying? Craig, what's your comment?
Well, Tom, didn't he just admit he didn't have insurance, period?
Right.
He shouldn't
Yes.
stop driving if he doesn't have insurance. That's illegal, first of all, and if you get hit by a person with no insurance, it's going to go on your policy, and, you know, I
Craig,
don't know why you didn't catch that.
Craig, he should have insurance. He bought insurance since then, and you're right. He shouldn't be driving without insurance. You're absolutely right. But that, strangely enough, does not automatically make him guilty.
No, I know that. I know that. But another thing, you mentioned about all the car makers are on board going electric. I don't know if you've noticed, Toyota has kind of kept their hybrid technology and really doesn't have any plans on going full electric. They're going to kind of buck the system.
I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I don't know what the market's going to do, but it's pretty clear. And I heard an expert last night. I was listening to a podcast, and I heard an expert say we absolutely, positively do not have enough minerals in the earth that are accessible to make enough batteries to make it practical for just the United States to convert, let alone the world. And number two, he said that we don't have the electric grid to produce the power. And number three, that our carbon footprint would be as big or bigger if we did it. Now, why do we have such conflicting information when it comes to environmental kinds of concerns? We'll talk about that coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Friday driving bringing on some drama throughout the Denver Metro. Just north of downtown, I-70 eastbound, the off-ramp to I-25 is partially blocked due to a crash with heavy congestion around the area. Looks like there's not much in the way of backups. However, folks on that off-ramp are going to see some slowdowns. Heading east to the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, we've got construction work between Tower Road and East 40th with heavy congestion for drivers trying to leave DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon with a high of 78 degrees, overnight low of 51. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Coming up on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, what would happen to you if you bought a firearm the same way that Hunter Biden purchased his? There's a good chance you'd be in jail right now. I'll explain why. Make sure you download the Ben Ferguson Podcast now.
TheArtOfGranite.com. That's the website, and if you go to that website, you'll see the beautiful selection of not just granite, but all natural stone. In fact, you can go to the showroom in Golden. And here's the other thing. You can call on the phone to get started. Just ask about it. Quartzite, granite, man-made materials, whatever you want. Hey, what will it cost? He'll ask a few questions and give you a price on the phone. That's what I love about the Art of Granite. They tear out and haul away free, by the way. They do a free bathroom counter when you do the kitchens or a kitchen sink or a bathroom sink. Talk to them about your deal. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919.
Tracking and eliminating cyber.
Next week for the show,
Okay, so let me, it's called the mic switch. So what happens is I'll plug this one into it and this into that, and then you'll have a switch. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. You know, I found out what it is. It's the other microphone is picking me up, so I'm going to put a switch on it.
Yeah.
Rather than potting it up and down. In fact, Mark, that board that we have, I think might have an active. I'm going to go down and look at it. I'm going to set that up for next week. And then I'll put the phone that I have, Mark, if you want to test it, I can hook it up to this board.
Would you be in a position to hook Doc up to a battery?
Don, I'll shove electrodes up his ass and put him on a generator.
You better have one of those heart things there at your house, bro.
You mean the
shockers?
No, I think he means the defibrillator.
Yeah,
the defibrillator for
we
both
need a
of
portal
you.
for both of us, for sure.
Jeff, you know how to use one, right?
He wanted to know, do you know how to use the defibrillator if Deputy Doc and I go south?
Suzanne, we got to start making any guest understand if they're over there, they need to use one.
What about CPR? That works.
I bet Jeff would shove his tongue down your throat.
Ew.
We don't watch the same kind of movies, man.
You ever seen Old School?
What the hell does that mean? In the office talking to, oh my God, my son has more excuses. What the hell?
Is he over there today?
No, but I'm getting a message he's not in class.
Well, it's Friday.
It's Friday, Tom.
Now, wait. Who do you think he learns this from? Who's not in studio?
So here's what he says. I says, are you in school? I just got a notice you missed your morning class. He says, I did, but I was in, what does this mean? I was in the office talking to the owner. What the hell does that mean?
The owner of the school.
I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Gotta love Bonnie.
Owner? Come on, bro. Come on. Of course, I shouldn't be broadcasting.
See if he can get Mark and Suzanne a Tesla class.
It's his birthday. It's his birthday, actually.
Oh, it's his birthday
No,
today.
tomorrow. Hold on.
Oh my God.
The second. But we're celebrating tonight. So the second.
Oh, cool.
16 or 15?
No, he's 16. That's
16.
why he got the test. That's why he got the Tesla.
When's he take his test?
Well, he has to have his permit for a year, and he laxed, so he's not going to be able to do that until February.
Now, I wonder if you had full auto driving in a Tesla and you go to take your test, can you just sit the hell back?
But anyway,
like the parallel parking,
guess
are you
what?
allowed
No.
to use assist?
Hold on, Mark. He's doing Master Drive. He hasn't done it yet, but he's going to. And they won't let him use the Tesla because it won't skid and it won't swerve and it won't.
Wow, that's interesting.
It won't do anything bad.
Listen, our kids did Master Drive, and a week later, Miles rear-ended someone.
Well, you're not blaming them, are you?
I'm just saying, it's kind of ironic.
Oh, Mark, oh my God. Nothing to do with him being full of himself.
So Vonnie's car, he's gotten way used to it, which is good. I wanted him to do that with a permit.
Hey, Tom, please take Brian Burns coming back.
Yes.
And then that Jane has to go soon, so that was one of Marty's leads from Florida.
Okay.
Elon's coming out tonight with his AI. Did you guys see that he's debuting some sort of artificial intelligence robot tonight?
Is it a robot or the thing they put in your brain?
I think it's a standalone thing.
Did you see, apparently there's a bunch of pictures of dead monkeys where they've been putting that thing,
And it hadn't worked out. Darn it.
well, I mean, you gotta, what are you gonna do? You can't test on humans.
You gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, have you watched that Dahmer thing?
Yeah, my God, it's disgusting.
He tries to give that one kid a lobotomy with a drill.
Hey, are you watching the series, man?
I finished.
The new way to home. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. We have Compass Insurance with us because I wanted to ask a question. Now, Compass is a broker. They deal with carriers, a number of them, to get you the best deals. So I'm not talking about, they don't do the collection and they don't do this kind of thing. They're not a carrier, but they know the business. And Brian Burns, I wanted to ask you a question. Doug was in an accident where they're both backing out of a parking space. It's clearly no one's fault. I mean, it might be if you ask God, but I mean, there was no one there to see it. There's no police report. So bottom line is they both walk away. He did say something stupid. Hey, get an estimate. I'll pay in cash. I don't have insurance. Now, that wasn't recorded. It wasn't written down. But anyway, her insurance now is subrogating, and they're threatening to send it to collection. In a case like that, on private property, with no police report, no witnesses, and nothing in writing, what are the chances they could prevail in court, for goodness sake? How far will they take this?
Yeah, that seems. What's funny is if he had insurance, this would be over already. They wouldn't have collected, and they would have known that they have to take care of their own clients and that he would have his insurance take care of his own. So they're trying to bully him a little bit, being the fact that he doesn't have insurance, it seems like to me.
They turned it over to collections.
They say they're going to. Well, who is the carrier, Doug? Doug, who's the carrier?
Allstate.
Yeah. Now,
And
what
they
I
have
want to ask
turned
you,
it over to
Brian.
collection.
Brian, it's a $9,000 bill. I'm asking you where it's not clear cut at fault. We're not talking about a DUI or somebody ran a red light, but I'm talking about in a case like this where it's private property and the cause or the fault is hazy, how far do they take it usually?
Usually they wouldn't even take it this far. I don't know how they could possibly send to collections when there's no proof that he... Have you been communicating with him, or has it just been you just haven't talked to him at all?
I did call them, and they told them, well, our client said she was stopped, and you ran into her. That did not happen, and she agreed to that at the time of the accident. We both were moved.
I would just... My response to them would be, I'm not at fault at this. This is a mutual fault. I'll take care of my own, and you're going to need to take care of your clients. I'm not paying this.
Yeah, that's what we told. Well, we told them to ignore it, but yeah. And look at Doug. I might be inclined to ignore it, or I guess you could say what Brian says. Look, this is mutual. We both were backing out. I'm not going to pay. I'm paying for myself. She pays for herself. I would look at. Let's put it this way. I doubt they're going to take this far. For $9,000 in a hazy claim, no witnesses, private property. Now, by the way, this is...
There's no cameras, I assume, Tom, right?
Doug, any videos?
Not that we know of.
You know, it would be interesting. What parking lot was it?
King Supers.
I wonder...
You know, we're leaving out what he told the lady, too.
No, we didn't. I said that right up front.
Okay.
Right up front. But it's not in writing, Mark. People say things.
I know.
You know, we've had people jump out. Remember that one young lady jump, oh, it's my fault, I'm sorry. And then goes and claims injuries, and they try to sue the guy. I mean, what is said on the scene cannot be documented.
Well, and I will even go further on that, Tom, and I know this has nothing to do with this particular case, but my advice to customers and my clients, if you're ever in an accident, I know it doesn't take place in a parking lot. I know that changes things, but anytime you're involved in an accident, I would try everything in my power to get the police there, because whatever someone says at the time of loss, it never feels like it's the same after the fact. So I would get police there anytime you can. In a parking lot, there's no way to do that, but...
That's right. All right, Brian, thank you. Compass Insurance Group, by the way, home of the insurance checkup. Make sure you're not underinsured or paying too much. 303-996-9000, 303-996-9000. Jane, what's going on with you and a contractor in Florida? By the way, one thing about Florida, I know that they don't screw around with fraud and contractors. And I know of a guy, and I swear to you this is true, 3 construction fraud charges and convictions, and guess what happened to him? He's in prison for life. Can you believe that? Because 3 felonies in Florida, you get life. At least that's the way it was when this happened. Jane, what's going on with you?
Hi. Happy Friday, first of all. And I would like to give a shout out to Marty.
Yes, Marty recommended you call us. What's going on?
Yeah, so not sure where to begin, but we moved down here to South Florida about 2 years ago during the pandemic, and the only person that we know locally is our real estate agent, who helped us with, buying of this house. He helped us significantly.
All right, so what's the problem?
The problem is a year after we lived in this house, because the previous seller decided to do a DIY on the water filter. They installed it themselves. The water filter cracked, and we had a Titanic situation on the first floor.
Okay, hold on. I want you to continue. I want to give you more time. I'm Tom Martino. We'll find out what happened right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Friday driving bringing on some drama throughout the Denver Metro. Just north of downtown, I-70 eastbound, the off-ramp to I-25 is partially blocked due to a crash with heavy congestion around the area. Looks like there's not much in the way of backups. However, folks on that off-ramp are going to see some slowdowns. Heading east to the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, we've got construction work between Tower Road and East 40th with heavy congestion for drivers trying to leave DIA. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, 40% chance of scattered thunderstorms this afternoon with a high of 78 degrees, overnight low of 51. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Listen to Red Pilled America's multi-part series on Richard Nixon. It's an in-depth look into why the media in Hollywood are so obsessed with him and goes a long way in explaining what Watergate was really about. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
See how many times we get this? This woman said she had a Titanic situation on the first floor. Whatever happens in your house, whether it's a broken pipe, water leak of any kind, asbestos, black mold, fire, flood, whatever, you need American Restoration 24/7. A restoration company you can trust. Now, unfortunately, that caller's from Florida, and American Restoration only works in Colorado, but that's good for you in Colorado. Even if your homeowner's insurance is paying, they only pay once. Don't let them recommend somebody who's schlock. Get a great company. American Restoration 24/7. 8337-AMREST. 8337-AMREST. Or online at amrest247.com. That's amrest247.com. Hey, Frank Duran, you heard us talk about him as being one of the finest people we know. It's true. And that means when he tells you something, you take it to the bank, literally. He'll tell you what your house will sell for with a market analysis based on 28 years in the business and real stats, no gimmicks. And he'll tell you what he thinks you can buy, even in this market, way more accurate than an appraisal or Zillow, because it's what he has actually seen happen. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Announcing Williams Jewelers 2022 Estate Jewelry Roadshow and Sale, September 20th.
Standing by to
Hey,
listen.
Matt, Mark Major.
Wait,
hey, I want to make sure we're still good. I was going to drop that off tonight for that
If you call Paul
slide
Waterman, have him
repair.
listen
Just
to
text
this
me
one,
back because I'm on the
because
air.
this woman is claiming
if all's good, but we'd probably be down
she
there.
She said something about the water
Gonna
filter,
probably
do
be
it
every bit
yourself,
about
and it started
4:30,
leaking.
maybe a little earlier.
And
but
then I just want to, in case I need him, have him listen.
I have him coming in on Monday or Tuesday.
The leaking. Where did I hear that leaking? Yeah.
We have a leak. We have a mole. Well, yeah, it's on your face.
Da-da-da. Troubleshooter show. Please hold. Mark, what did you call inland for? Just to tell them we're going to come down?
Yeah, make sure it's all cool.
Tom, that outbound you sent me, I left them a message and told them I would call one more time.
Okay.
I just didn't know who it was or what it was about, but I called, left a voicemail.
Okay.
Said I would try
Are you talking about the one I texted you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a woman with a problem with with advertising, and she owns that business.
Okay, perfect.
Network barter. What the hell's that mean, Shannon?
Alex Perez, ABC. And pure copy complaint. What did you have to do? And rental interest. And that, and don't even, they feel right out. They started, I'm talking the contract, variable annuity.
I have a message into Paul.
Most of them, but they're not, and they make low maintenance. Why? Or go to championofthepeople.com. We'll help you. If you know. Catherine 3, when you do the kitchen, and this, again, they have low markups on cabinets direct from the manufacturer. Kitchen price $303-386-5919. $303-386-5919. Talking about
Troubleshooter Show, please hold. Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Joan, hi, in a sentence or less. What did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
I use them as well.
Okay, what? That's a good question for our car expert. What year is that?
Hey, how?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So, Jane really has a problem. She had a flood because of a do-it-yourself water filter installation, I think. Now, how long after you bought it, Jane, did this happen?
It's about a year after.
Okay. So what happened then?
What happened then was we hired this supposedly general contractor who was recommended by our real estate agent. Long story short,
was this a restoration? Was this a restoration company?
No. So the restoration company was sent from insurance. His supposedly general contractor was supposed to be replacing our flooring and kitchen cabinets.
Okay. Now, the contractor was being paid for by insurance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what went wrong?
What went wrong was I later found out through very highly detailed research and investigation that he's not licensed and he's not insured. And
okay. So how much, let's get right to the meat of this, Jane. How much in real dollars has that contractor been paid either by you or by insurance?
We've paid him in full.
How much was that?
That's a little bit shy of $40,000.
Okay. Now, what I want to know is this. What is the problem now? So the guy came in, and apparently if I was to ask him, how did it go with Jane, he'll say the job is done, right?
Probably.
Okay, so what are you going to say when I say, what's wrong with his job?
What's wrong with this job is that he pretty much did a bang-up job. Who would lay tiles on top of uneven floor when we ask him to level it? And he also has not been paying his subcontractors. He got into a huge fight with one of them in my house.
Have you had have you had liens put on your house because of it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. The main problem right now, you're saying he did not level that floor before laying tile.
Yep.
And what if I went into your house? Would I notice it wavy or uneven, or would I notice it?
Probably not. But
then
we saw
it.
Pretty clear.
Okay, but what I want to know is, like, it's not ugly. It's just not even, or I mean, tell me what is the main deal. Like, is it because he didn't level it, or are there more problems? And by the way, just so you know, Jane, and just for argument's sake right now,
Yep.
I don't care that he was licensed or pulled permits or anything right now. What I care about is the job. The licensing and the permits will come into being if we have to go after him to use as a weapon. But right now, if there's nothing really wrong with the job, there's nothing really we can do. I need to know, and the fact that he didn't pay contractors, if they're not leaning your property, that doesn't come into play either. The only thing right now that comes into play first, is the quality of the job. So talk about that.
So there are a lot of pieces, right? It's not only just leveling the floors and laying down the tiles. There are things that he has to put back to the way it was or better.
And that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. What are the problems?
So the other issues, is that he decided to do some of the work himself. Like, for example, the baseboard moldings have to be put back. He decided to do it himself and nail the electrical wires right on the spot that short circuit the entire house. And
okay, hold on. Jane. Okay, so putting on the baseboard and shorting out electrical, that's stupid, of course. What I need to know, are those electrical shorts still there?
No, she said he fixed it.
Okay, see, Jane, I'm I don't know how to, I'm going to put this across the best I can. We go after people who have left people in a lurch, not who have had bad experiences. I know that sounds crazy, but the bad experience, of course, we don't like, and we don't recommend people like that. But at the same time, if it's not a lingering problem today that has not been corrected, there's not much you can do about it, truly. If you had an unlicensed jerk who came to your home but fixed everything, and it's not a glaring problem right now, we're going to have a tough time saying you're a bad guy. Give her what? What does she want? We'll talk about it if you want to.
Hurting your neck or back can be a serious...
In our school, there's a clear image of diversity and
appreciate chatting with you. It's Peter Navarro, the law.
The food was pretty good.
Well, it's okay. Yeah. I mean, you know what? I go there because the kids love it. I think they like it because ever since they were small, we'd go there for...
Where's that?
J. Alexander's. Nothing to write home about.
We've not been, Mark.
It's not worth
What is it?
It's and the other name of it now is Redlands Grill.
Mark, Tommy goes to Culinary Dropout. We should check that out sometime. He said Stephanie likes it.
Yeah, and again, that's nothing to write home about. But across the street from Park Meadows, Mark, is where that
J. Alexander. Oh, over there. Oh, like over by Maggiano's on that side.
No, it's in.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh, it is in Park Meadows.
No, it's not in Park Meadows. It's across the street.
Like where the...
it's on the north side of County Line Road.
Oh, gotcha.
Where the old Toys R Us was.
Did you have more questions, Jane? Okay, hang on. Jane has more questions. Has more.
You got the kiddos this week?
Yeah.
No, not this weekend, no. I have Bonnie tonight, though, because I'm taking him out.
Where are you going?
He loves the melting pot.
Oh, okay, in Littleton. Hey,
Yeah,
we ate at the best freaking Mexican restaurant in Littleton Boulevard yesterday. I'd argue it's the best Mexican food I've had.
It was good.
What is it called?
Paquinte, Palenque.
God, is it good.
I don't know how you say it. It was just it was unusual. It was unique.
So you went to that center then on South Broadway.
Yeah.
And they did a pretty good job delivering, right?
Yeah, there's nothing to it. You just walk in, I handed them a check, and it's over. I mean,
But
they
then
don't
they
really. They tell you how to
Alex,
start
we
it.
can do this one of two ways.
Our person went through all the
I am thinking, with
systems.
your type of problem, that Tom and Mark could definitely answer your questions. But my attorney would be available after 12 o'clock if
We
by chance
signed,
your timing is flexible, and I could call
We
you
signed
back
up for
afternoon
like
to
a
get you on with
class or
Tom and our
whatever.
attorney
I
to
doubt
talk
you'll
about
need it by then, though.
Yeah, I know, but it's fun.
Perfect. Alex, what's a phone number I can call you back at?
It is the funnest thing to drive I've ever driven. Ever. It is so fucking fast. I've never been in anything.
915-487-2821.
That's because there's no lag at all.
My
None.
attorney said after 12 o'clock when
It's
I hone
instant torque. I mean, there's zero lag. It's scary.
Oh, it's crazy, man. You can go from like 50 to 100 in a matter of, I don't know, a second and a half.
You know, Mark, the Model 3 is not as fast, but it's the dual motor Model 3, and it's damn close, and that it's way lighter. It's incredible how the performance that little car has. I can't even imagine the S or the S Plaid, for God's sakes. Why would anyone need the Plaid ever?
It's absolutely crazy.
But don't you agree that the Plaid would be overkill? Could you imagine wanting it faster?
I don't think I'd take. You can get up to like 150 and whatever it is.
For Mountain Standard Time, and Shannon says we're not in Mountain
I
Standard
can't
Time.
imagine anything faster.
Are we in daylight or Mountain Standard? Isn't Mountain Standard Time where you're at?
Yeah.
No. Well, it's hold on, Mountain Standard and Mountain Daylight.
Well, I told the caller I will, because he's in Texas. I'll call you back at noon Mountain Standard Time.
I always say.
Shannon corrected me.
I always say.
Time right now.
I always say Mountain Time.
You're
say
well,
Mountain Time.
But then again, Suzette, it's Mountain Time.
Mountain.
There's no.
And by the way,
Mountain.
did Colorado not pass a law where we're going to stay?
I think we're going to try.
Aren't we? Or we're not going to what? Fall back, or we're not going to spring forward?
I think if it changes, it's going to be next year. I think we're falling back this.
Yeah, we're going to fall back. And in the spring, will we spring ahead again?
I don't know if we're going to change it or not.
This country's about to fall back to 1520. God, we're going to be cooking on rocks. This place is a mess.
I'm telling you, whatever happens is exactly what the country wants.
You guys better set up solar panels at home so you can charge these cars. Because you ain't going to be getting it from the man no more.
Generator, baby.
And you're powering the generator with your high-octane urine after you drink a bottle of scotch.
High-octane urine.
Do you know what would be ideal if truly they could have a big enough or more efficient, an efficient panel on the outside of that car that would never need. Could you imagine if the sun could power them? Holy crap.
I got 8 panels on top of our bus, and I could barely charge my phone with them. So, I mean, there is no way right now with technology.
No, not now. Right?
I mean, I literally have 8 huge panels, and they do virtually nothing.
God, that's terrible.
I guess if you somehow totally killed your battery, had no generator, and you were in a sunny place, in about 6 to 7 hours, you might have enough to crank it over. Or call 911.
And also, they're working on induction charging, where you would drive over a parking space and just charge while you're parked.
That would be cool. Or how about if they did that with the highways?
Yeah, that's who said that? Somebody was talking.
Slot cars.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you just drop a pad or something, that drags or.
I'm excited to hear about your first hands-free experience in the car.
You know what? They're not as we had the full Monty as an introduction, and it's not I don't care what people say. They are not as advanced as everyone thinks.
I'm telling you, ours is perfect on the highway. Perfect. It drives itself.
Well, okay, fine. So does ours. But then what?
Troubleshooter.
then what? Okay, I mean...
think it's going to have on this election. We'll play more of the highlights again at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com. I want you to contact them if you have a dog 8 years or older and you notice any cognitive decline, confusion, irritability. They are doing a study on the use of CBD with cognitive decline. Now, they're using dogs. It'll eventually be stemmed to people, but you get vet care, a free screening, and free vet care for 3 years if your dog is accepted. You can email info@panacealife.com to find out more about getting your dog into the study. You don't pay anything for this study. Or 800-985-0515. That's Panacea Life. And by the way, if you're interested in CBD, these products, as near to organic, in fact, they said they are organic. And you can go realcbdthatworks.com, get 30% off with Tom and the promo code. Now, I know Jane has some issues she didn't want to discuss on the air, but it doesn't matter, Jane. We don't know who you are as far as no one's going to do anything about it. We don't have the contractor's name. We don't have your name. We need to get to the nitty-gritty because she had a flood in Florida in her house from a bad water filter and hired a contractor and is very upset with this contractor and a number of problems. Unlicensed, uninsured, didn't pay subs, but none of that is coming back to haunt her yet. She did have, she said, some problems that he did when he was nailing in baseboard, and he corrected them. What I need to know, and this is not just for Jane, but for anyone, a bad experience does not equal a consumer ripoff. Now, maybe we never recommend the guy again or the woman, or we put down bad reviews, but what still lingers? In other words, what I want to know is, Jane, what did you pay for that you either did not get or was poor quality or needs to be redone or something like that? And that's what we need to know so we can go after him. I mean, if we go after a guy and say, Jane didn't like the experience, it's not going to matter. So what still exists today that we can help you with?
Yeah, so there are a few things, right? For example, when we send the contract, if we have 10 items that he needs to complete, he completed 5, and the remaining are in various states of incompletion that I have to hire another contractor to finish. That's one.
Okay, well, hold on. Don't go past that. That's really important. So you're saying he was paid for very specific things he did not do.
Yep.
Okay, give me an idea of what he was paid for that he did not do, because this is something we can go after. What did he not do?
So he was supposed to, for example, finish the backsplash, repair or reinstall. That's not completed.
Okay.
When he put down, okay, we're going to full demo, for example, the kitchen. He did not complete the full demo. He pick and choose whatever that he wanted to do and call it a day. And he walked out that way.
Now, do you have a contract that specifies what he was supposed to do?
I do. And that's where another interesting part is coming in. I realized that the contract was with him personally. And later I found out that his business was not established weeks after we signed that contract.
But you signed it with him personally?
Yes, we did.
That's a good thing. He has personal liability. So, here's what we need to know, Jane. those things that he did not do, that he was contracted to do and paid to do, if I call him and say, you did not do this, this, and this, and you were paid for them, what would he say?
He would say, he would say that she fired me.
Oh.
I didn't have to finish it. However, for a job this size, it's, above and beyond good faith to complete, he has...
Jane, that's okay. Did you fire him? I'm just curious.
I did.
Okay. Did you fire him for what? For because of all this stuff that was going on? You said, listen, I'm really tired of dealing with you. And is that why he did not complete those things?
He did not complete those things because I have given him ample amount of time to complete.
Jane, I get it, but Jane, I'm not asking why. I'm asking you fired him before he could come. Okay, now, these things that he did not complete, why would you pay him a final payment that included those things? Why didn't you withhold money saying, I'm withholding money for this, this, and this?
So, because it was, we were trying to follow the scheduled time. And, he established that schedule. Upon demolition, paid this amount. Upon completion of this, paid this amount. And we pay him in good faith because...
Okay, I got it. Okay, that's enough said. You paid him in good faith, and you ended up paying too much for what you got. Now, what we need to do, and you have an estimate of everything that he didn't do, what it came to. How much did you have to pay others to do exactly what he did not do? Only that.
So those four, and the bill is piling, right? We're about $4,000 so far.
Now, when you say the bill is piling, Jane, this is really important that you understand this. The biggest problem I have on this show with people is establishing a damage, a real damage that we can go after. I'm helping you establish a damage. You had a contract. The contract specified a certain number of things to do. He only did he didn't do all of them. You had to hire someone to do the rest that he should have done. That is your damage. However, listen carefully. When people have a problem with a contractor and they fire them, which is okay. If they're bad, you should fire them. But when you have things that either need to be completed or redone, you are not allowed to calculate as part of your loss improvements. In other words, if you hired him to do a certain thing and he did not do it, now you're not allowed to say, well, I'm going to do it now that I'm going to do it with this guy. This guy recommended something even better. That is not part of your loss. The only thing that is part of your damage is what was supposed to be done originally. You got that?
Yep.
Okay, so when you say the bills keep mounting, that is for bringing it up to the condition it should have been originally. Is that right?
To complete his work.
Good. Then that's a damage. And that's something we need to go after him for. Now, you are right in Florida. I think you're right within the small claims amount. Not that you have to. We'll contact the guy. But if you're within the small claims jurisdiction, you may want to take him to small claims court because you have a contract. You have another contract. I think Florida's $8,000 limit. So that means if you can get everything done that this idiot was supposed to do, and you can show from another contractor, your contract says this, the other contractor had to do it. You are going to be able to get a judgment against him, and the good news is it is in his personal name. Usually, it's just the opposite. It's in a company name, and you can't get him personally. But you can actually get a judgment against this clown and then file a lien on his house or on his car or something of value. Have you looked into that?
I have not. I did hire a lawyer to write the demand letter, and to which my real estate agent actually got guided me to say, you better be careful because his wife came from a very wealthy, powerful family that you don't want to mess with.
Well, I can't speak to that, Jane. All I can say is this.
Yep.
The only remedy we have is to take him to small claims court, or first, since Florida is Smarty Marty's area, now that it's clarified for him, he can contact the contractor. Now, if you're telling me he comes from a family it shouldn't be messed with, or she does, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, because we can't outgun somebody. I mean, you have to decide. You have to decide if you want us to go through that or not. But we're certainly happy to call him. But I take it that you kept track of the things he did not do. Now, keep this in mind, Jane. It all has to be in the contract. For example, we had a house, and thank you for calling, by the way. We can put her on hold right now and give that to Deputy Smarty Pants. We had somebody call one time. Listen to this, okay? And they said, if I give you this contract that insurance is paying for, it's a $30,000 job. If we give you this contract, will you also do this, this, and this? It was outside of that. If that happened, you can't enforce it. That's going to be a problem. It must be in the scope of the contract. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
She needs to wait till all this stuff is done.
Well, of course she does.
Yeah,
I told her that.
Okay.
And it has to be within the small claims limit.
Right. So this guy's going to say, she fired me.
Yeah, but it's okay to fire people. I need audio if I have spots coming up. Oh, nothing here. Never mind. Thanks. So I'm taking my kid to Melting.
I can make a reservation.
Yeah. Oh no, you.
Here's your audio.
It's one of the busiest restaurants I've ever seen.
I know. Kids love to go there on
I
dates.
love that place. I love that place. Yeah. And Dolce was really good friends with his daughter. And he has not necessarily. Tony's the manager there. He's a pretty good guy, but man, no, they're so busy they can't even do that. They don't keep tables for last minute. No.
No.
You know, we go to an old school Italian restaurant in Vegas. It's just awesome, man.
What's the name of it?
Hole in the Wall, Baristas.
Batista's Hole in the Wall. It's so good.
You got to really get reservations, but it's old school. You know, it's got the pictures of all the old Vegas guys. It's got that dark atmosphere. It's just really cool. And the food is great. Southern Italian. Not that northern shit that's all fish.
Oh God!
Oh, fish and white sauce.
And white sauce. I like the red sauce with the veal parm. I like the real Italian food, not that fake shit.
He is nuts. Your husband's crazy.
What, you like that fake shit?
No, you're just crazy.
Well, that's true. You know, look who's talking. What's your favorite restaurant?
Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
Dude,
you love their spaghetti with the meatballs, don't you?
Here's the deal. I grew up in a place that basically Shanahan and Elway's based theirs on. You know? I ate lobster for breakfast every day as a kid.
Shannon was born with like a silver spoon up his ass.
Oh. And a small dick.
No, I'm actually kind of lucky there, too. But, of all the things
you stopped him in his tracks.
For me, that's not one. But
you don't like good food anymore, so you go to the Golden Corral.
Troubleshooter Show, please hold.
My first wife was like, I want lobster. I'm like, I'm sick of lobster. Well, I'm not. God damn it. She'd go nuts on me.
How do you get sick of lobster?
Hey, we went to a buffet. Where was that? Bellagio. Holy shit, was it good.
Well, yeah.
I put it up against the Golden Corral.
Man, it was impressive.
We went in
the
for
Rio
breakfast.
The Rio used to have a seafood buffet that I almost died at twice. Loved it.
I could have lived in the, which one was it? The Bellagio buffet? I could have lived there.
We just went there for breakfast. I was complaining how much it was for fucking breakfast. Then when you get in there, you see why. They got everything.
Lobster, sushi, pizza, breakfast, prime rib.
The Paris was great.
Fresh squeezed juice, carrot juice. It was unbelievable.
When they were cutting up the prime rib, they were cutting off the beef ribs right off there, and I love beef ribs.
It's a little weird at 9 in the morning, but not for Shannon.
No, I'm saying any time is a time to be.
Now, do you bring a Ziploc?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Who doesn't?
Even at Golden Corral,
I'm turning you in.
I sneak out mashed potatoes in my socks.
That's gross.
Did any of you ever eat at Claim Jumpers when it was out here?
Oh, I did.
Clam jumper, you bet.
Fuck, they used to have portions like this.
Yep.
And then they started getting smaller and smaller. I told Suzanne, there's no way this fucking restaurant's lasting. And sure enough, gone.
People with a death wish will pay anything to eat that much food. When you take it away, they're gone.
Well, you just take it home.
Applebee's learned that lesson. They tried going through a whole phase of healthier meals.
Oh, yeah,
lost
right.
Business, and they're like, screw it. You want to die? Here you go.
Applebee's is when our kids were young, they'd have like free kids day on Tuesday and shit. But other than that, man, I guess their riblets aren't bad. It's hard to fuck up a riblet.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
That belongs on a T-shirt somewhere.
This is the Tom Martino
It's
Show.
hard
Did
to
you want
fuck
to talk
up
to
a
him on the
riblet.
show? Do you need help?
Famous Dave sells them.
We are live right now.
I like
Can I get a
Famous
message
Dave's.
onto him for you? Sure. This is Suzanne.
I like Brothers. She doesn't like Brothers. I actually very much like Brothers.
Kaylin Eccles, how are you doing, sir?
Eccles!
Yes,
Eccles!
and I sent it to the guys. I thought they responded.
Get them on.
Tom, now there's an echo
Okay.
here.
Guys are happy to talk.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah,
Did you hear that?
I hear.
Eccles is coming on.
Yeah, well, okay. Let's get him on when we can.
What did you...
Radio station.
Let's talk about.
Hey, Tom, you got to turn your mic up, man.
Okay, I'll turn it up. Let's talk about Joan and her Jeep Cherokee. Go ahead. What's going on, Joan?
Hi.
What's
Dan,
happening?
Hi. It has a 2006 Jeep Cherokee, Grand Cherokee Laredo. And when you put it into reverse or into drive, it has a clunk in the drivetrain. What is that clunk?
Okay, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. What is it?
Well, it can be any number of things. You could have a bad mount. You could have a bad U-joint. Once you put it in gear, there's a lot of things that are moving that are now brought to an abrupt stop.
So, is it a bad sign?
Well, potentially anything that's broken, if you let it go, is just going to cause more issues.
Is that a problem? Is it broken? Is something wrong?
Well, it should be a pretty easy diagnosis. Just about anybody should be able to check it out. I mean, does it clunk again when you take off from a stop?
No, it just clunks when you put it in
Just
gear.
on the initial engagement. Is the engine running excessively high?
No.
So, I mean, it should be something relatively easy to look at where you've got something moving that's not supposed to be it a mount or a U-joint or something along those
I'd like
lines.
to know this. Does it happen, you're at a standstill, and you shift into reverse, and you shift into drive, either one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'd be more inclined to say it's probably something in the, like
Could
a
it be
U-joint or something.
mechanical connection?
Well, that's why I pointed things like a U-joint.
How expensive is a U-joint to replace?
If it needed one, how much?
Oh, parts and labor, you're probably about $250.
Okay. We'd like to sell it. You want to buy it?
Now, what year is it? At 06 Wrangler. Now, is Wrangler as I always ask this stupid question, it's the Jeep, right?
She's in a Cherokee.
Grand Cherokee Laredo.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Wrangler. Okay, Laredo Grand Cherokee. Okay. I don't know. If you want to sell it, put the word out. We often, listen, people have done it before here on the show. How many miles on it?
133.
Now,
133,000.
okay. And is there anything wrong with it other than what you just called about?
No, it's absolutely pristine condition.
Well, how much do you want for it?
Pardon me?
How much do you want for it?
She's asking 10,000. I don't know if that's reasonable or not.
I don't know.
Man, it doesn't strike me as a lot of money right now, right off the bat, Jeff. I don't know.
No, it sounds reasonable as long as that clunk does turn out to be something minor.
Wow. Yeah. Now, if we have, you can leave information. Now, this is
Or doesn't JFR? Can't he sell it on?
Yeah, for a flat fee.
Yeah, flat fee. That's right.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
contact JFR.
How do I get in touch with him?
We'll give it to you. JFR Cars, and it's Rodney. Talk to Rod, okay? And meanwhile, if someone calls and wants to buy it, really, I mean, that doesn't sound like an extraordinary price. From what I'm looking at, it sounds pretty damn good. Well, no, it sounds, no, wait a minute. There are some lower than that, but higher miles. Like, that vintage is all over the, why is it all over the place?
You have different power plants that are in them, so they have different transmissions.
So let's hear a little bit about it then. You said how many miles again?
133.
And what is the engine?
Hang on just a minute. Okay, it's a...
Aren't all the big ones an 8-cylinder?
No, it's a 4.7.
Okay. 4.7. What's that, Jeff? Big, small, what?
That's a pretty powerful little engine for its size, yeah. And so she'll have the 5-speed automatic transmission and most likely full-time all-wheel drive.
I don't know. I put the VIN number in, and I'm just reading what the VIN number comes up. It's a 4-wheel drive. What am I looking for? Engine displacement.
Here's what we want to know.
8-cylinder.
Okay. 4.7. Okay. And
yeah, it's a 4.7 V-shaped Magnum.
So when do they need transmissions, Jeff?
Oh, we see a lot of them around 125,000. So, but I've also seen some of them breach 200.
And she's got 133.
Yeah, but a simple inspection, you'll know whether or not you have pending problems coming down the pike.
Okay, so if you look, and I always, and you know, you may not think this is wise, but man, I have found the cars.com to be a really good source for looking at what things are selling for. It'll tell you if it's been sold, and I don't know if you've ever done that, but that's really a good one to check out. And the Grand Cherokee, I mean, people like them. They like them.
It's very comfortable.
So anyway, Jeff, any final thoughts on that? I mean, if people are interested in looking at it, they'll give us a call, and we'll let you know. So leave your information. She said around 10 grand. That I don't know. I'm trying to look on cars to see on the year what. Let me find that. That's what I'll do. I'll put in the actual year because we're all over the board right now. Let's see. So what do you think, Mark? Does it sound high or low to you?
I think she can sell it for 10 grand if it's just that problem.
They're all going, okay, I'm telling you right now, there's not one of them at 10 grand right now on cars. Not one of them. So
what year was it?
It's a 206. And the ones that I'm seeing, with the big engine, they're all around, okay, I found one with only 50,000 miles that tops out at 11. But they're all under 10 grand. In fact, probably it's going to come in more like 7 to 8 grand. And cars takes into consideration the real market. In fact, there's one here for $39.95. There are some here for $4,500. It's right around the same mileage. So I would say 10 grand is heavy, Jeff, on that one.
Well, you know, and as a side note, it'd be easy enough for her if she wants to find out what that clunk is to, you know, get somebody like Norris to come over, and then she could also just have them do a pre-purchase right there, so anybody looking at it, she can hand that to them.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Let's talk to Liz. Liz, what's going on with you? Oh, we didn't give her JFR Car's number. She may want to.
I was going to give it to her.
Good, thank you. Okay, Liz, what's going on with you and the landlord?
Hi, yes, it's actually for my daughter, and she moved out of a place, and all the terms of the lease she met, 30 days notice, last month.
When did she move out?
She moved out in July, and then the landlord sent her a check for $250, which is just a fraction of her deposit.
What fraction?
They're returning. Well, the deposit was $1,200.
And she got how much back?
$250.
Okay, so what they're basically saying, she did $1,000 worth of damage,
right?
Or cleaning.
And they've itemized the costs that they're wanting to have her pay for.
Wait. So itemize the cost. Itemize the cost of what they kept. That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what they've done.
Okay.
But it's very unreasonable. I mean, she lived there for 4 years, over 4 years. The lease called for professional carpet cleaning, which is appropriate, which she's more than willing to pay for. Then the one big charge is holes were patched and had to completely paint living room. This was a new management company that took over. She was.
How much did that come to?
$743.
Okay, let me explain something, Liz. They probably can get her for the holes that were patched and some of the paint. So what would the difference be? That's the question. Are they being abusive here, and how much can you save? But for her, even if you save $300, it would be a lot, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it would be. And, you know, again, she might have had a few pictures hanging up, but the prior management company gave her the materials to patch and the touch-up paint, which she did upon moving out. And she has video and photos of
Oh, good, good. Well, listen,
condition.
if she has evidence, it's all going to come down to this. She is basically going to make a list of what she did not get back. On the a painting of the living room, she's going to say it wasn't needed. And she's going to show the video as her evidence. And she's going to sue them for $700 plus. What else? What else is of dispute? Because
she doesn't dispute the carpet cleaning. That was $95.
Yeah, let's go to the part she does dispute.
Well, then they were charging her $110 for professional apartment cleaning.
Well, that I think you're gonna have a tough time getting around that one. But why? Why is she disputing that?
Because she cleaned the apartment completely, and again has photos and videos of the condition.
Wait,
of the
are
apartment.
you saying she had the carpet cleaned?
No, she did not.
Okay.
They're charging her two fees. One for the carpet cleaning, $95. That's fine, and then another for apartment cleaning of $112.
Okay, hold on. So you take the $700. She's disputing the $112 for carpet cleaning. For apartment cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm trying to get a sense here of how much we're talking. So that's $812. What else?
They charged her $75 to replace 4 drip pans on the range.
Now that's okay. If she didn't clean those now and then, and she did use it,
but you know, when you live there for 4 years.
But it's $75 for all 4?
Yes, but it was like a tiny little range, like they're like the 8-inch or 6-inch size.
Listen, that might be touchy, but what I'm getting at, if it all let's just say it comes to $800-900, that's well within small claims court. And she literally has a right to do it. And judges listen to this. Of all the small claims, apartment deposits are one of the ones. Here's what will happen. They'll order a mediation, and she'll get to show her video and everything. I think she could get a few $100s back, especially if it's a new management company. Now, if we called, I'd be happy to have somebody assigned to this, but here's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to say, no, we did it, and she's going to say no, and she's already had the presence of mind to get the video and everything she needed. I think she did a good thing, and I think she'll get a few $100 back. If she has the videos, she should start a small claim in the county where they are.
And Liz, it's a great learning lesson for her to actually take someone to small claims court and do what's right. It's a great learning lesson.
And it's not that difficult. In fact, we can talk to you off the air about doing it if you want to. And
Yes, here's my question, though. Should she request, itemize the information first to the management company and request that this is unreasonable and give them the opportunity?
Yes.
So do that before she files in small claims?
Absolutely. But she should say to them, and if we can't resolve this, I'm taking it to court. She should say that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Do you know anything about this A.T. Smith property management?
No, not specifically them. Not specifically, no. But, and I'll run it through again. A.T. Smith, right?
Smith and Company.
Okay, let me just run it.
In Wheat Ridge.
Yeah, let me just run it through. I don't have any, I'm not getting any hits. You don't recall anything, right, Suze? Usually management companies, we don't, well, if it's a really bad one, it might come up, but usually we get more just in general problems like this. We got to take this break. 303-713-8255. I'm Tom Martino. Listen, we have more coming up. Don't forget Garage Magic for your garage floors, garagemagic.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Fairly easy driving throughout the Denver Metro. A couple slow spots out there into downtown. I-25 northbound showing some pretty heavy congestion between Alameda and Colfax. South into downtown, I-25 southbound showing its normal slowdowns between I-70 and Spear. Out east near the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, we've got road construction affecting traffic between Tower Road and the exit to I-70 westbound. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's going to be a cloudy one today with chance of scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon with a high of 78 degrees, overnight low of 51, and showers tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver, 75. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
If you need any help at all with a homeowner's claim or a commercial policy claim, I want you to call Matt at Paragon Services. He got me an additional $70,000 on my claim. In fact, my insurance company said I was getting zero. Matt got me 70. But it's 100% free to talk to Matt, and he only gets paid a small percentage of additional money he collects. If you've had any claim, call for the free advice up and down the Front Range. 719-726-0020, 719-726-0020.
Located 40 miles west of Denver in Black Hawk, Colorado, you'll find Monarch Casino.
No. You got the last 4 wrong. Are you ready?
Have you been able to do it?
No, the last one we did, I was able to pick up a round 4.
The last 4, you got everything right but the last 4. The last 4 is 0515.
And they become so ubiquitous that you need to be in it.
And this is Jackie, the Kaylin Eccles victim, isn't it? He's been reaching out to us the last week or two, begging us to take him off of he just called today. I thought he was going to come on the show to talk to Tom, but he didn't. But he's been calling and reaching out to us because apparently us putting him on our website has given him a bad name in town. But I find that so interesting. He called today, and now I'm hearing from you. But yes, call Panacea. I remember.
It's going to take a lot of fun out of the gearheads. There's nothing to fuck with.
They'll still be around.
I wonder if motor racing is going to remain reciprocating engines.
Oh, yeah. You'll have one. I mean, heck, you still have one out there with, 1960s
Yeah.
Hot Wheels. Stuff's going to stick around. It's going to get less and less in Denver because, as I understand,
Yeah. I have not met him personally, but stay tuned because I'm sure he'll be coming on the show before too long, okay?
Yeah, these Jeeps are under $5,000, a lot of them.
Jackie, what's the number I can reach you at in case Tom wants to talk to you when Kaylin comes on? Just give me your cell then. Yes, ma'am. And I will give you a call when we hear from Kaylin. I know. Yeah, I know. Okay, I must go. I will keep you posted on him. No, you're not bothering me at all. Okay, bye-bye. Hey, Paul, it's Suze with the Martino Show. How you doing? Good. I'm not sure what Tom has for you, but I'm going to get you in queue so he can talk to you, okay? Perfect. Hang on. Thanks for your time. Hi, this is Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. How are you?
That Colorado drugs about
Good. I was just given your number. You need someone to install a stair lift. Is that correct?
subcontractors.
You know what's funny about that is, oh no, I don't know. That's the lien protection statute. I don't know actually. They're really strict against contractors down there.
Are they in Florida?
Oh yeah.
It's because of all the retirees.
They're real. And this guy, I don't know if he finally got it, but he literally was facing a life fucking sentence.
Wow. That's crazy.
I mean, he's a contractor.
I know, but that's fucking crazy.
Well, I know, but you know those mandatory 3 strikes?
I know.
They're crazy because there's so many extenuating circumstances.
Exactly. I mean, how do you put a contractor in the same boat as a
murderer,
armed robber, or murderer?
I wonder how many states have this 3 strikes. I think Colorado has 1,000. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Today I decided we're going to have political humor. Nothing serious. So I'm going to start. I already did my I see dead people routine yesterday, like Biden. But how about this one? Colorado's considering passing a law to allow abortion through graduation.
You know the thing. I might agree with that one.
And how about this one? Let's see. The Attorney General is recommending a law that after you steal 1,000 cars, you're charged with a misdemeanor. And anything else? Okay. 303-718. Call with your political jokes. If you give us a good political joke, we're going to invite you into the show and buy you lunch.
Because I know Joe Biden's a nice guy.
It's got to be a great joke. And both sides of the fence, too. Like President Trump proposed nuking the hurricane. Boom, boom. Okay, Juan has a problem with Denver dating. Speaking of dating, Suze, you know that fellow we tried to help out who used to go to the park and hand out pamphlets about himself?
I'm still helping him. Todd is what he goes by on the air.
You know what, Suze? That is such a sad story.
It is. It's so
He goes to the park and hands out pamphlets and asks for a hug, and then wants girls to get to know the real him, and girls are describing it as creepy.
Yeah.
And then
same with everybody she sent him to.
Well, I know, but hold on now. We tried to get him some help, and I tried to. I've been texting him too, and I try to tell him what why you can't do stuff like that in today's world. You can't smell hair.
Yeah.
You can't.
He's so misunderstood, Tom.
He's not dangerous at all, this
No.
guy. What he really wants is he wants to be known. He wants a relationship. He wants a good friend. I mean, really is what he wants. I think Deputy Doc used to hand out pamphlets. I'm not sure, but...
Do you know he got kicked off of Match.com?
Oh, my God. All right, now, Paul, I wanted to ask Paul something. Paul the Waterman.
About the DIY.
Waterpros.net. Hey, Paul, we had a woman who called. This is not about that case because this was about her contractor she hired, but she happened to mention that somebody DIY'd a water filter and it flooded the house a year later. And we one time also had a case that a Denver law firm took where they called into the show, or was it Dan Kaplis took it? They called into the show and a water filter had been installed without some kind of protection, and it was sucking up sewer gases. Those people got millions. So installing a water filter...
That was Denver trial lawyers.
Right. But didn't Dan have something to do with it, too?
No. The call came into us, and then Denver trial lawyers somehow got involved.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think we recommended them. But in any case, Paul, the main thing I want to know, this can be dangerous. I mean, water systems are not to be trifled with.
Well, no, absolutely. That's why it's very important that they have a licensed contractor through the Department of Regulatory Authority, DORA, so you know that they have all the proper, documentation, training, and education and insurances to do the job. There's too many companies out there right now, especially the ones that will call you, that will meet you at the home show, register to win a ATV, and try to sell you $8,000 to $9,000 worth of equipment, and they're not even licensed to do so. I mean, they're committing a felony just even trying to sell.
And Paul, very seldom do you need an $8,000 system, for goodness sake.
No, exactly. And so that right now, I think there's a lot of companies out there taking advantage of what's going on. And so what's happening is that if you don't have a professional, they could hook it up improperly at the drain, where you don't have a proper air gap. And anytime you get sewage, that's because they installed the drain or screwed it basically directly into the drain line. So then you're going to get cross-contamination. I always say water treatment isn't plug and play. And so when you're installing it, a filter, especially if it's not the right size, then the filter can oxidize with hardness, it could gum up, and then you could lose water pressure. But if you have a filter that's draining, a backwashing filter, then most likely it was never installed properly. And then if it leaks, that's because it's built up with pressure, right? It's the wrong application. And so, where's the water going to go? But out of the filter housing itself.
Well, thank you, Paul. Paul the Waterman.
I got a question for Paul.
Yeah, but let's take a break. Let's take a break first. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Fairly easy driving throughout the Denver metro. A couple slow spots out there into downtown. I-25 northbound showing some pretty heavy congestion between Alameda and Colfax. South into downtown, I-25 southbound showing its normal slowdowns between I-70 and Spear. Out east near the airport, Pena Boulevard southbound, we've got road construction affecting traffic between Tower Road and the exit to I-70 westbound. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. It's going to be a cloudy one today with chance of scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon with a high of 78 degrees, overnight low of 51, and showers tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver 75. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
It's baffling to think that 1/3 of America was for the revolution, 1/3 against, and 1/3 just didn't want to pick a side. Families were torn apart, like Ben Franklin's. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
John Fuller is our accident attorney here on the show. John Fuller can be your accident lawyer. I'll give you the contact information and tell you why. Because he is an attorney that handles nothing but auto accidents. Nothing else. So if you have an auto accident, that's what he does. And he handles each and every case personally. He insists on it. Smaller by design. Big firms take on hundreds of cases, then pick the cream of the crop. He doesn't do that. So when he takes a case, he works it. He gives you free consultations and then no out-of-pocket when you hire him at all. It's all based on a contingency. John Fuller is there for you with his personal cell phone number and communication. Yes, he has a law firm, he has assistants and paralegals, but he assures you he will talk to you about your case. He will take your case. myaccidentlawyer.co. You'll notice the difference when you call. Make up your own mind. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Announcing Williams Jewelers 2022 Escape Jewelry Running Hunters.
Yes, I loved it. FBI, yes. Yes. Yeah. Didn't they have one? Man, I'm sorry they never came back. It had such a good show. Why the hell did some of these good shows, they never come back?
Which one?
Mine Hunters.
I never watched it.
40 years. It's really good.
You know what I didn't realize about Talib?
What?
I just heard about it. I don't even know who told me. I'm typing it now on YouTube. I never realized.
What?
You have a corgi. Doesn't he have a corgi?
No. What
are you sure?
I'm
Who told me he had a
positive.
corgi? What kind of dog does he have?
He doesn't have a dog.
Oh, see, now somebody said Talib had a corgi.
Who?
I don't know. I got to remember who it was.
You're probably thinking of someone else.
He said no dog at all. No, somebody said Talib has a corgi, and I went, what?
Corgi, I want
I
one.
love them. They're so cute.
They're so special.
How come you don't have a dog?
It's the first time in my life.
I know.
I know it.
It's
God.
weird.
I know.
No dog?
Because, I don't know, Stephanie and I both, first time in our lives.
You can have like a little corgi you can take on airplanes.
Can we travel with a corgi?
No.
If it's a service dog, not emotional.
My corgi would be emotional for sure.
But not emotional. They only do service.
You make it emotional.
I think only service dogs.
I think you just pay a little money and you can bring a dog on any plane.
I travel with a corgi and a Frenchie.
Wow.
Oh, God, they're so cute.
I know.
They're so cute.
Oh, puppy threesome.
Puppy threesome.
Do females make better?
No, it's just a dog.
Okay.
It's just
So you know a breed?
yeah, so you want to hold them.
So that's his
Tom, remember to go back to Paul. Oh gosh, we're coming up on the top.
Go back to Paul for what? I thought
you were bringing him back. No, we're done.
I think so.
No, I had a question for him.
Oh, that's right.
okay,
Mark had a
gosh.
question. That's right.
So calm down, Becky.
Well, let's finish with him, please, gents.
He's drying out.
I want to get somebody. I want to find somebody, Suze. Who can we get that will install that chair lift, that stair lift?
I thought that's why you wanted it on the air. So.
I know, but I thought we could say, hey, we have so-and-so on the referral list. Who do you think?
Can you imagine the insurance you would need for that?
For what?
Don't you think? To install a chairlift, don't you think like that's like kind of weird?
A stair lift, Mark.
No, it's for a chair lift. Well, it's for the garage going up a couple of steps into the house.
That's right.
He
They call
called
them
it a
stair
chair lift when I called him.
Oh, okay.
So that's why
a chair
I thought.
lift is what you use for skiing.
What? Chair lift, stair lift.
It's called a ski lift.
Mark, maybe you can help them out.
I can't imagine who would install one.
Probably Handyman Hub or something.
Let's call him and see.
Let's ask him. I mean, I doubt it. Maybe.
Who was our other handyman folks? The Noah's Ark?
Noah's Ark.
Call him off the air and see if any of them will come on for him.
What is it? Where did they get it?
I don't know.
See, that's the other thing. You get out there, oh, man.
Again, remember to finish up with Paul, people.
All right, we'll remember.
Who should we go to next?
I don't know.
I'm
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Tell Juan we haven't forgotten about him. Hey, Tom Martino here. Paul, real quick. Paul Dowding, Paul the Waterman, waterpros.net. We were just asking about water systems and installations and because, based on a call we had. But, Mark, you had a quick question for him. Go ahead.
So, Paul, listen to this, man. Denver 7. Thornton takes proactive steps, sends out warnings to all residents about forever chemicals. I knew Denver did this a while back, but it's like all the water companies around are starting to acknowledge you better get your water checked. So I would like you to do it for free for people, and I don't know if you're willing to do that. I don't even know the cost involved, so maybe I'm out of line.
So right now, unfortunately, Mark, the state lab where I would take the water to is not set up to check for the PFOs and PFAs.
Oh, my God. How do people know if they're drinking safe water, Paul?
Well, that's the problem. So what's going on is that the state gets each individual water district. So it's the city water. So now you've got water districts. These are unelected government officials, these new subdivisions. It's up to them to submit the water samples to get the proper testing. So if you're getting letters sent, you know, to see if Thornton's doing it, Denver's doing it, the PFOs, PFAs, because the EPA finally recognized this as it's a dangerous chemical, along with the chloramine. So what we can do is we can do a total chlorine test. Absolutely we can. That kind of gives you a gauge.
What happened?
I don't know.
Somehow we lost him.
Anyway, we're coming up on the end of the hour. I wanted to, real quick, I mean, look, just say waterpros.net. That's really what we want to say. And let's give out his number. Just check with him, please. And I don't think any drinking water is safe anymore. It's 303-862-5554. Now, let's go to, Juan, Mike, what's your political joke, Mike? Quick, go ahead. Mike?
The office one Monday morning. And the staffers look up the greeter. Eventually, one male staffer comes over and says, "Hey, Madam Speaker, I had a dream about you last night." She said, "Oh, please tell me." He said, "It was a bright sunny day in the National Mall. There were birds chirping, there were bands playing, there were military flyovers, and there were hundreds of thousands of people here to see you." And she said, "Oh, was my makeup perfect? Was my hair done up nicely?" He says, "I don't know, Madam Speaker. The casket was closed."
What QC Kinetics is doing for people here is nothing.
That irritated me. Did you erase that, Suzanne?
Well, it's a joke.
I try not to get up to 400 pounds. You won't have to take it.
Hide the drugs. Why the long face?
Did you see that note I wrote up there, Tom?
Maybe you've been diagnosed with bone and bone arthritis. Been told you need a knee replacement. But call QC Kinetics right now for an alternative way to deal with the pain. These amazing protocols work with things caused by injury as well, like a torn meniscus or a rotator cuff. Now call QC Kinetics right now. Don't keep living at that
Hello,
pain.
gosh, dang it.
QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986.
Hey, Shannon, you got me down on their side.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHW Denver, an iHeart radio station. It's Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Thomas!
Mornings at 10, streaming live on our free iHeart radio app and at khow.com.
ABC News, President Biden at the White House.
Can you make sure I pass through to those weirdos at the house?
Did you ever watch that thing Sleeper Cell that I recommended, Tom?
Everyone there in the state experience. You are.
Then they're just ignoring me because they suck.
Oh, you got it. It's 2 seasons. Complete.
I think it's kind of weird how Doc and Tom always disappear into that back room for a while on breaks.
Pizza back there.
There's something back there. Now Jeff is involved. I don't know.
See what shenanigans they're up to.
Hey, Mark's got some FOMO, that's what it is. He's wishing he was there.
This is ABC News. Russian President Putin charged the West sabotage in the leaking Nord Stream gas pipelines that run under the Baltic Sea to Europe. The European Union is investigating the leaks with claims it's Russia that's to blame. The Biden administration tweaking college debt relief, a
Outdoor running lights, outdoor exercise.
During a time of national emergency. Arkansas is leading the suit in which Republican Attorney General Leslie Rutledge contends Biden's plan puts, quote, self-brought college loan debt on the backs of millions of hardworking Americans. In an apparent effort to shore up the debt relief program amid the lawsuit, the Education Department announcing some 700,000 borrowers with Perkins or federal family education loans will now no longer qualify for debt relief. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Suicide rates are up nationwide. Provisional data from the CDC showing suicides rose 4% from 2020 to 2021, the largest increase for males 15 to 24 years old. Deirdre Bolton, ABC News.
Finding great candidates to hire to be trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do
Pretty good,
is
Jacob.
the person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you; it finds them for you.
Tool Slayer, we got 3 cats and 2 dogs.
To apply to your job.
And I can honestly say the dogs rule the house.
Other companies might deliver a lot of hay.
Oh, our little puppies.
What you're looking for.
They're the best.
Citywide, 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter.
All right, now, Doc.
Within the first day, ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
Not too bad. A little bit of depression, but we had somebody come to the house, and so he was there, so it wasn't, looking around for it and stuff.
Chris Becker, all too common in trash storage of a child getting their hands on a very powerful drug. It may not have been dosed properly, and the life is ended.
Did you hear back from Inland Truck?
Yeah, we're all good.
I wonder how long they're going to need it for.
Who cares? Probably a couple weeks.
Yeah. Ooh. We didn't get up to Breckenridge one time this year, Mark.
Yeah, that's true.
That sucks.
We still have a lot of time, though.
Yeah, you're right.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by the Mark Moss Show podcast.
Another active drive throughout the Denver Metro will be hit at noon hour. I-25 stalled with popular traffic factors. Otherwise, pretty smooth driving throughout town.
Okay, let me know.
Somebody told me to leave had a frickin'
What time
corgi,
works?
and I'm trying to think who it was. We were talking.
Okay, then
And he said, yeah, Talib has a... And I said, why? I don't remember who it was.
I'm more curious why you found it so odd that he would have a corgi.
Current temperature in Denver 75. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 6:30 K. A big meeting went.
He must have his monitor off or something.
As we know it, and a new system is being set up now. I'm Mark Moss, helping you navigate the decentralized revolution. Listen to the Mark Moss Show on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, Tom, the program director needs to talk to you real quick. Hey, Tom, Tim Spence is trying to get you.
Is designed to help older homeowners combat the impacts of inflation by eliminating their monthly mortgage payments and positively impacting your cash flow. To learn more about this program and to find out if you qualify, call the Heckam Helpline at 800-946-6864.
Hey, Tom.
Put your mind at ease and call.
Your ex-wife wants some more money.
At 800-946.
No, he's definitely not. He definitely can't hear.
Or visit cherrycreekreverse.com. Cherry Creek Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 3001, Equal Housing.
Opportunity. Borrowers must maintain the property, taxes, insurance, and HOA dues. This material is not from HUD or FHA, nor approved, endorsed by, or on behalf of any government agency. For licensing, visit www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
From your radio to your desktop, and when you ask Alexa to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio, Denver's talk station is available everywhere. Just download our free iHeartRadio app. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making life just a little easier. And Harris Family Law is someone I know very well, Rich Harris, Rich and Lisa. It's a law firm to help you through a divorce, and I hope you don't ever need them. And if you do, though, you may want to consider mediation. They do that, too. On average, mediation can save $20,000 or more. I mean, really, mediation can be just a few $1,000s to get everything done and written up by an attorney, Rich Harris. HarrisFamilyLaw.com. Of course, they can handle regular divorces. 303-515-5000. That's not very pleasant talk, is it, on a Friday? So let's talk cars. We have Juan first. He wants to talk about a dating experience, Denver Dating Company. And then we have Jeff Vick with us from Kimmer Transmission. So, Juan, what's going on with you, Juan? I'm sorry I started your call and didn't get to it. What's going on?
Hi, Tom. Yes, well, you know, this company, I want to expose them because they're full of, you know, I don't want to be nasty on the radio. But, you know, I became a member with them in June of this year. And
hey, by the way, is their website thedenverdatingcompany.com?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, tell me about them. I'm looking at their website. Tell me about them.
Yeah, my mistake was not to see or go through the website before I went in to see what the background and everything. That was my big mistake. I find out stuff after I became a member, and they're charging you a lot of money. Like the lady that took my...
How much to become a member? How much did you pay?
Well, they have different prices, Tom.
Well, what did you pay?
Like, it's gonna sound stupid, but my amount was over $8,000.
$8,000 to become a member, right?
Yeah, well, that's the VIP. That's the highest they got. They have three different ones, but the difference between all three of them were like $500 to $1,000.
I get it. So you paid $8,000, and then what were you supposed to? What's that?
Close to $9,000. It was $8,900 something.
Okay, now you're getting into the chicken ranch territory, bro. I don't understand that. I mean, that is not a wise use of money. Let's talk about this seriously. What were you supposed to get for $9,000?
Well, they're
hopefully around the world.
They're supposed to be available 24/7 for you. After, you know, they got the money and all that, they don't call because they're supposed to match you up with people that they want something serious. And,
okay.
You know, and besides that, besides paying all that money, you're supposed to be paying them like $20 a month for just...
Yeah, hold on one second. Mark, shut up from now on, please. Okay. Or at least run it by Suze first. So, Juan, you paid $9,000 to be a VIP member, plus more than that. Did you ever go on a date?
I met a couple ladies, you know, and we have a couple of reunions. And the people that get there is kind of funny because they go over 60 people, older people. So the main point besides that...
Wait a minute. This is dating for over 60?
No. It's supposed to be all ages. But,
all ages, okay.
They're supposed to go by your age range. But, you know, when I got there, because I'm 53,
But Juan, you haven't gotten to the problem yet, though, Juan. What is the problem?
The problem is that they just make promises and they didn't keep up. And you know, I have gone through them. Like I say, I found on the website that there was a suit towards them because of the same situation. They don't have enough women on their website, and that's one of the things that they hide from you. So because you know, I've been member since June, and every time I have gone to the website, it's the same ladies. You know, it's like at least 8 ladies.
So what do they say? Did you ask for? By the way, was this $8,000 all paid up front?
Yes, they grab your credit card right there and
Now,
charge it.
okay, did you tell them you are not satisfied?
Yes, I have gone in personally talked to Kiara. Kara is the lady I had the interview, and the one that took my money. And I even got in touch with the lawyer that represents this 25-year-old kid that sued them. He didn't give me information of what was the outcome of that because he sued the company for the same problems. They didn't have enough women his age. And it's like, I think they don't have women, period, because I have gone complaint to them, and he told me, the lawyer, I got in touch with him, and he said, well, go and say that you're not happy, that you want your money back, but they always go around the bush, and they say, no, you sign a contract. But yeah, but you're not following the contract.
Well, listen, here's what I need to know, though. We need to figure out the exact problem. I mean, you're saying not enough women, not this, not that. Let me put this straight. Did you go on or not? Did you go on
Any dates?
Any dates?
I meet like three different ladies.
Okay, so tell me, so what was the problem, really?
Well, mainly, you know, what I saw is that they're looking more something financial, and I guess, you know...
The ladies were?
George Clooney, or, you know, people that they're really well looking.
If he gives me $8,000, I'll introduce him to at least 6 women.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's a lot of
money. Real women. I mean, this is crazy, this dating site. If you recall, Tom, we had an older lady call in, and I'm pretty sure it was this same exact dating site, and they took her for upwards of $20,000.
How did they get you to sign up? What did they promise you? How did they get you to sign up?
Well, well, they say that they lie to you. They say that they're the best company, dating company, that they promise you that you're going to find that. That's another point. They say that the first 3 years, if you don't find somebody, the next 3 years is free of charge. So automatically, out of, you know.
Well, how much was it? Hold on. How much was the $8,000 supposed to be? For 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or what?
3 years.
And then they said if you don't find anyone, they renew you at the end of 3 years?
Yeah, with with no charges. But the problem is that that's not in the papers, and that's one of the reasons I went back and I talked to the lady. I said, well, I was reading finally the contract, everything, and I don't see where it says that the next 3 years if I don't meet nobody. And she said, no, that's
the Denver Dating Company. This is the Denver Dating Company I'm seeing here online, is on South Cherry Street.
Yes, yes. And if you see, there's a lawsuit that there's a guy called, his name is Cross, Ian Cross. He sued them for the same amount.
Okay, who owns it? Do you know?
There's another company involved. The owner owns both. I think the other one is Dating Denver or something like that. So I find out that through the online that they're the same, but they don't put it together. That's the other thing. You know, one is on one side, but the owner is the same.
Okay.
I don't really know the name of the owner because
can you send us a copy of your contract?
Yes. We're glad to, because like I say, if I'm not going to able to recuperate some of my money, I want people to be aware of this company. If we can shut them down, it will be great. That will be.
We've definitely had more than one. Scott just told me he worked on one recently with this company.
for some reason, it talks a lot about seniors in this. And
yes, there's a lot of seniors that I have talked to in the meetings that they be like let's say happy hour. In my first happy hour, there was people over 60.
Hey, Juan,
watch it, buddy.
Juan, is it an app or is it literally you just meet people at restaurants and stuff?
No, you meet people. They have events.
It sounds so old school. It sounds like a dinosaur.
And it's registered as a foreign limited liability company, and the registered agent is out of Texas.
The Denver dating company. Have you ever gone to the speed? Have you ever gone to the speed dating?
No.
Well, you know what that is, right? It's where you go to an event. I mean, I've never been to one, but you go to an event and they switch tables and you talk to people for a few minutes, and then if you're interested, you can exchange information. Now, for Deputy Doc, speed dating is a little different. Speed dating means she wants to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible, but otherwise,
yeah, the last one was $9,200. Juan, I don't think this is going to have a happy ending for you.
Well, hey, maybe it's about time we do something about this, but I'm not sure we put Deputy Doc on it.
Yeah,
what do you
like think? I say, I know, I make a big mistake out of this, but I want to be tell people to be aware of this.
No. Juan, hey, wait, Juan. Don't mistake our joking for not wanting to help you. I'm serious now. I'd like to give this to somebody to contact them.
Not Smarty Marty. Deputy Dollar has dealt with this company before.
All right, Deputy Dollar, what was the result? I want to know if we can get him on. What was the result with the last one? We should call them. Listen, man, I mean, when you pay frickin' $8,000, you should get something. And none of your comments, Mark. Anyway.
Well, he did get 3 days.
He got 3 days,
yes. Get a threesome.
That might have validated the contract, but I don't know. Juan, can you send us the contract, a copy of it?
Yeah.
All right. And leave your information with Suze. No, really, we're going to follow this up. I don't know yet who we should send it to. Let's get the contract first. I'll mark it pending. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, listen, Gutter Helmet is a well-known brand, lifetime guarantee for your gutters. It does it more than keep your gutters clean. It actually reinforces and extends the life of your gutters. GutterHelmetDenver.com, 303-298-8888.
Announcing Williams Jewelers 2022 Estate Jewelry Roadshow and Sale, September 27th through October 1st.
2 big stores and millions in estate, antique, pre-owned jewelry, and engagement rings, many at a fraction of their original value.
Art Deco and Art Nouveau pieces, including signed Tiffany, Cartier, and many more.
If you're a collector, you don't want to miss it.
This finely crafted jewelry is impossible to duplicate at these prices. Many are handcrafted and one of a kind.
It's going on right now. It's Williams Jewelers 2022 Estate Jewelry Roadshow and Sale, 5 big days, September 27th through this Saturday, October 1st.
In Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway.
And in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit.
It's Denver's Estate Jewelry Event of the Year. Don't miss it.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
In Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway.
All right, when you have retirement approaching, and we all do, think about it. I mean, some have it rapidly approaching, others have years to think about it. In each camp, you need someone to help you coordinate all of the retirement elements. We're talking about your 401ks or savings, insurance, what to do with Social Security and when to take it, Medicare, all of that. Seriously, long-term care. What about your estate? All of that, you might use the experts that we recommend, but you need someone to coordinate it, to help you save money and not to duplicate efforts. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is who I use personally, and I'm telling you, you will love it. Meet with them and see what you think. Ask them, what do you do for me? How do you save me money? How do you charge for your services? All of this will help you decide if you need them, and most likely you will. rpcenter.com. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211. That's 970-663-3211. The biggest stars.
A couple getting divorced in Utah, and the guy, evidently years before, she had done like a bunch of risque photos and whatnot, put together a little album for him and everything. And in the divorce, he asked the judge if he wanted to keep the
Oh, I heard, and
the
judge awarded him the pictures.
He gave it to him, right?
Well, it was something they did together. And now, then she turned around because she was pissed off that he gets it to begin with. She wants to be able to doctor the photos so that, he can't just go be handing out, naked pictures of her. But the original photographer, who she insists that's the only one that can look at them, refuses to do it. It's like, no, I'm not going to change it like that. And the judge says, well, hand it over.
Well, I think the judge should say, no, this is only for personal use. But you cannot republish these pictures. I mean, that's what I would assume the judge would say.
I would think. But hey, lost them in a boating accident. So I don't know who put them online.
So the question is Aaron Judge going to hit 62 home runs?
And what if he does? Who does he break?
Well, the record is Roger Maris is 61 home runs without an asterisk. Sosa and McGuire both hit length, and Barry Bonds hit 71 or 72, but all of them are on steroids. So there's an asterisk.
How do they know they were on?
They tested them.
So Roger Maris did not have any asterisks.
This is back in the 1960s.
Yeah, I know. But what about Aaron? What's his name?
Hank Aaron?
Yeah.
He had the most
in a career.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name?
That was passed.
Chris, in a sentence or less, what did you want to talk to Tom about on the show today?
He never had more than 60 in a season.
It's simple. Once Orchard determines your home value, they make you a cash offer. Then Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you.
Meanwhile, Adam Judge turned down.
Hang tight. Listen through the phone. I'm going to have you tell him. Hang on.
For 8 years.
You should try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com.
Which is like $25 million.
All cash offers.
They turned it down. It'll be interesting to see what he finally gets.
Who turned it down?
Aaron Judge. He'll be a free agent. We'll probably get $300 million for 8 years.
Don't wait for your notice. Call now, especially if you want to make changes or you haven't reviewed your plan in years. Find out what plans might best suit your needs from a local agency that actually cares about you. Call Integrity Health Advisors today. 720-288-0863. That's 720-288-0863.
The Rockies brought their fifth straight game last night, losing to the Giants. They continue their road trip today against the Dodgers. Chad Poole will get the start. Rockies outfielder Charlie Blackmon will undergo surgery on Monday for a torn meniscus. Broncos starting right guard Quinn Miners will return to the field Sunday against the Raiders in Week 4. Miners injured his hamstring in Game 1 of the season against the Seahawks. I'm Frank Adams.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy, three-time Pro Bowler. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Blindster.com.
The Rockies brought their fifth straight game last night, losing to the Giants. They continue their road trip today against the Dodgers. Chad Poole will get the start. Rockies outfielder Charlie Blackmon will undergo surgery on Monday for a torn meniscus. Broncos starting right guard Quinn Miners will return to the field Sunday against the Raiders in Week 4. Miners injured his hamstring in Game 1 of the season against the Seahawks. I'm Frank Adams.
Want to see pick on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com.
Hi, it's Joe Pags coming up. I've got Andrew Pollock, Meadows' father. She was killed at Parkland. He's got new ways to keep your kids safe at school. That plus Papa John's founder, John Schnatter, on the state of the economy on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, we have a comment, Chris, on that Florida contractor call. Go ahead, Chris. What's your comment?
Yeah, Tom.
What's
water
happening?
filters, really anything around your house. Even put a new fridge in with an ice maker. Go get a Watts water pressure gauge and check how much water pressure is coming into your house. I mean, there are so many houses around Denver that could even have up over 100 psi in water pressure. And I don't care what kind of appliance or filter or anything, it's going to blow lines off or make them leak.
You know what, Chris? You're absolutely right. That is one of the most overlooked things people do is ignore.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it's the ignoring of water pressure. And that is really
we got
serious.
Friends that buy new refrigerators, and they're wondering why the refrigerator leaks all the time in the back. And those little connections are like shark bites, and they're only made to hold up to 70 psi. And of course, the little O-rings start leaking, and they ruin their wood floors.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it, man. I love this show because you need these reminders, and it absolutely is something overlooked in many homes. Water pressure. Now, Thomas. What's going on, sir?
Hey, can you hear me, Tom?
I can, sir. What's happening, Thomas?
Hey, I messed up and took out a lot of these personal loans, those websites like Lending Club, One Main Financial, that kind of thing.
So you have personal loans out right now?
Yes, unsecured personal loans.
How much?
About $40,000.
Okay, so what's your question, sir?
So, ended up losing a good job and found something. Took, the first job that, I could get, paying a lot less. And I'm essentially at a point where I can't make these payments. And so I looked into this national debt relief place, right? And from what I understand with them, I'm not paying my bill to any of these places anymore. I'm going to send them.
It's a scam.
Bill.
It's a scam.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
It doesn't exist. They take your money and then run, or they take your money under the promise of negotiating settlements, and I've never heard of one of them working.
What assets do you have, Thomas?
I've got nothing, honestly. I've got a.
Well, this is a no-brainer then, man.
It's a no-brainer. Do you know what he's going to recommend?
Well, bankruptcy, right?
Of course.
It's better than having all that on your credit report. In a year or two, you'll be able to get credit cards and start all over.
Now, a lot of, listen, why did you take out these loans?
I'll tell you, okay, so I'm responsible for it. I'm not making excuses. I'm a grown man. But if you go to Lending Club right now and you click on the button that says, I can't afford my payment, the first thing that comes up is, well, let's take out another loan so you can make your payments on your first loan. And that's how they got me for this big one. I've got 2 different loans that are both $10,000 apiece. And then the one that really I shot myself in the foot with was because I went to them to say, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. Well, go ahead and take out $18,000, reconsolidate it.
Don't spend another dime.
But
it's
Thomas,
a $1,200 no
what was going through your head at the time? You knew it was all going to come collapsing down.
At the time, I work in sales, right? And you get hired on with these companies that they give you a real low base salary and they promise you the world. And then it doesn't end up being quite that way.
What are you selling right now, Thomas?
I sell software.
Listen, all I can say is this. No one wants to do bankruptcy. No one. But there are times it absolutely, positively cannot be avoided. But bankruptcy does you no good if you have not learned a lesson or used it to rebuild. If you're going to go right back to your old ways, then don't bother.
What do you recommend that, like, my first step would be? That I don't plan on paying these bills this month because I got very little in my checking account and I know it's coming. I reach out to.
Okay, tell me what kind of bills you have on a monthly basis. Go through them.
Apart from the debt?
You need apart from those loans, what else do you have?
I pay about $1,500 a month in rent, internet, car insurance, phone, all that, together is about another $500.
Okay, do you have any other credit cards?
I've got some credit cards open, but they're pretty manageable, honestly.
How much are they? How much are they?
I want to say everything all together is like $5,000.
Okay, what I'm going to say is this, Thomas. If you're going to go through the pain and misery of a bankruptcy, and it is pain and misery, it's not a walk in the park, and it's scrutiny, and it's all of that. If you're going to go through it, make sure you get a fresh start that means something. You keep your rent and all the things you need to keep, and anything unsecured you get rid of and move on.
Just call up Wink and Wink. It's going to be $1,500, no asset. And I disagree with Tom a little. In your situation, I don't think there's going to be much to it at all.
Well, I didn't. What did I say? I didn't say there were. Oh, I said pain and misery.
It's not a walk in the park. I think it is in his situation.
No, I understand. What I mean is, no matter what, Thomas, you're going to take a big hit on your credit. And I know people say, or 2 or 3 years you can get a credit card again. That's not necessarily a good thing. Some of them are secured. But you should start rebuilding. It's imperative that once you file for bankruptcy, that you absolutely never, ever are late again on a payment or get into debt again that you can't manage. So really, it's not a fresh start if you don't change your behavior. So Wink and Wink, they're good people. They're good people. 303-410, I believe, 1720 is their number.
I'll look them up. I don't think I'll have a problem there. I believe it or not, I accumulated all of this mess within 2 years. 2 years ago, I didn't have a credit score. It was non-existent. So these companies are insane. They never ask for a pay stub, proof of employment, proof of anything. I applied and
I don't even know how the hell they can afford how can they do it? How do they do it?
It's all in the odds, man.
I mean, think about all the people out there that are eligible for bankruptcy. They could go borrow that money, live it up, and just go bankrupt. I don't get it.
I kind of wish that's what I did.
No, but I don't understand, Thomas, how they didn't ask for anything at all.
Nothing.
What?
None of the times.
That is too weird to me. What's the name of this company?
One of them is Lending Club.
There's a ton like that, Tom. They just work off the odds, man.
Holy crap. They got to be burned a lot, you would think. Anyway, we have more coming up. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Claims Pro will help you with any claims that you have in your house. They'll help walk you through it. They do commercial and residential. And listen, you call them, get advice from them, and see if you want to hire them. They won't lie to you if they think they can help. 833-252-4600. 833-252-4600. Publicadjuster.pro. That's Claims Pro.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
We've got some slow spots throughout the Denver metro as we hit that early afternoon, starting on the southeast end of town, I-225 southbound just before I-25. A disabled vehicle in the left lane with stop-and-go traffic back from Yosemite and about 2 minutes of delays for drivers. I-25 itself driving pretty standard into downtown. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Colfax. Out east near the airport, I-70 eastbound, minor congestion after the exit from I-225. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms throughout the metro today with a high of 78 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 51. The current temperature in Denver is 77. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
One of the most misunderstood times in American history is the Salem witch trials. While Arthur Miller's The Crucible has tainted our view, we'll bring you the honest look at what really happened. Be sure to catch this week's edition of Our American Stories on the iHeartRadio app, on Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love when you can call a company and get plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, and get someone who is licensed and insured and background checked for $39 to find any problem without any pressure. If you decide to have the work done, which is quoted up front with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, they will credit you the $39 if you have it done. So in essence, no call charge. And if you decide to wait, that's all you pay is $39. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939.
Paragon Services, I need to tell you about these guys. If you have any problem, and I mean any problem at all with your homeowners or with your commercial insurance policy, I want you to reach out to Matt and the gang. These guys got me $70,000. Yes, 70. When my insurance company, my homeowner's company, told me I didn't have any hail damage. I got Matt involved, and guess what? $70,000. If you have any questions on a current claim or even a claim that's up to 2 years old, Matt will give you free advice. He'll look at the claim right now, see what they're offering, and let you know if it's fair or not. You can't beat that. And if you do decide to hire Matt to get you more money, he only takes a small percentage of the extra money he claims. It's free money to you. 719-726-0020, 719-726-0020, or check him out at referralist.com.
When it comes to Wall Street, what is Mike Lester, fiduciary financial advisor and founder of Talon Wealth, keeping an eye on?
Right now I'm seeing opportunities in energy, not investing more in it, but looking at positions that are going to do extremely well as gas prices start to come back down. If we can help you identify opportunities, we want to do that for you, but it takes a phone call.
Questions about how this impacts your retirement? Connect
Up to FOCO. What?
The ice machine.
What about it?
That fucker's $5,000.
Yeah, I figure that's why we didn't buy one.
Fuck! A $5,000 tabletop ice maker? Give me a fucking break.
I love that thing, but I don't know.
It better make different flavors and add tequila.
It better come with a dog sitter.
That's fucking crazy.
But ours does just fine for what we got, Mark. I think it makes plenty of ice, and it makes it so fast.
I think it works great. I just wish it had a freezer.
Yeah.
I never realized these countertop ones don't have the actual freezer.
Is there a smaller version of what's here that might be cheaper?
No, I'm looking at their website. They're unbelievable. I can't fucking believe someone would buy an ice maker for that amount of money.
But it's good ice. It's Sonic ice.
They got one on here, 27-inch wide, 90-pound capacity, countertop ice maker. $15,000. That's got to be like for fast food or something.
Overkill for us, but
oh shit.
The 5,000 is overkill too, but it sure is nice having extra ice.
It's ridiculous prices. The brand's called Follett.
Follett.
Sounds fancy.
Besides, the nice thing about the one we have is we can put it on the bus when we're on trips.
Yeah, I know.
But you're right, it doesn't keep... But it does keep the ice, Mark. I mean, it does.
Is that guy still on about the dating company?
No, he has history with the dating company, Denver dating company.
Oh, it can't be good.
It's a caller.
Does he like it or no?
I don't ask those questions. Just get the basics and move on.
And then that other dude has 8 dogs living in that
Oh, my
vehicle.
God. So a listener called yesterday saying, can you guys help this guy with his car? I'm like, man, a lot of times cars are not worth fixing in these situations, but have him call. And, yeah, our caller said the guy has 8 dogs living in the car with him. 8, Mark. In his 95 Chevy Suburban.
We had a couple cars back at the Montbello store that the techs wouldn't even get into to bring in. They were people living in them, and
It
they were
reminds
just...
me, remember the homeless lady you wanted to move in
Oh,
with her dog?
shut
And
up.
she could clean our house for free room?
Shut up.
God bless, that was brilliant.
Shut up.
Sounds like it went well.
Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
The podcast In Trust tells the story of a system that stripped oil and land wealth from the Osage Nation, dollar by dollar, acre by acre, over the course of a century, and how the Osage Nation is working to get it back.
I don't get it. I don't understand why the management of these resources is kept a secret from the beneficiaries.
Listen to In Trust on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay. Michael says he knows about Denver Dating Company. Michael, what do you know?
Hi, Tom. How you doing?
Good, Michael.
That where the gentleman that called, that building is located about a half a block south of Alameda on South Cherry. It used to be called Great Expectations, and I got balled up with them back in 2001.
But hold on. They may not be the same company, though. I don't know if that's fair.
It is.
Well, how do you know it is?
Well, this is what happened. They got indicted for fraud and changed the name of their company.
Ah, now but you're sure the same people are involved?
Well, it sure sounds like it because the MO is sure the same. It was similar with me. And
Were they in the same location?
Yes, the fourth floor.
Wow.
I believe, if I remember correctly, the address is 350 South Cherry.
You're right. It's 950, and it's Suite 40, and it is the fourth floor.
There you go. Okay. Well, it's got to be the same people.
What did they do? What did they do with you?
Well, I walked in there. I had lost my wife 10 years earlier, and I was in my late 40s, and my options were becoming limited. And I was very busy. I was a fleet manager, and I was on 24/7 call, and so I needed a little bit of help. And well, I went in there, and it's the same MO, except I didn't fill out an application. I just merely paid them. It was, I want to say, it was over $1,000. I can't remember exactly. Well, this is what they do: is that if you want to go on the payment program, they run your credit. And if you come back solid, you are termed as, quote, a big fat number 1A, and then they go after you.
And he's right, Tom. I just looked him up. It was the same registered agent back then, too. Same name, everything.
There you go. So these are real bad people. And what happened with the rep that signed me up realized that I was in a very vulnerable part of my life, and we even bought a house together. And I found out that she was running around on me. She was biting.
Well, hold on. You can't blame
lost me.
Wait, but you can't blame them for this woman.
No. Wait, are you saying the woman worked there?
Yes.
Wait a minute.
He's saying his rep there, he ended up buying a house with.
Correct.
But hold on. She didn't represent herself as a woman using the service, right?
No.
She just used you.
Oh, horribly so. In fact, I sunk thousands of dollars into the house we bought, remodeling, paint, blah, blah, blah.
But hold on. Let me ask you, did she pretend to be romantically interested in you?
Oh, absolutely.
And how old was she compared to you?
I would say she was maybe 7, 8 years older than I was, maybe a little more.
Older than you. Okay.
Yes.
And why did you think... And so how do you know she wasn't really interested? Because she was cheating and all that?
Well, not only that, but then I started finding out things and questioning her. And I finally said, look, I'm not putting any more money in this house. I'm not making another damn payment on it.
Hold on. So she bought a house with you?
Yes.
Did you ever get it back, or did she end up taking it?
Well, we sold the house. Okay. I said, no more. I said, we're done. We sold the house. And then she packs up her stuff and takes off and goes to Vegas. And she didn't pay me for any of the materials, time, or
But
anything.
did you, hold
She
on,
just
hold
took
on.
off.
But was she on the house as an owner?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did-
It was 50-50 deal. You bet.
Did you have to give her money?
No. She owes me money because when she got to Vegas, she called the real estate or the title holder and told him that the address had changed and had the escrow account mailed to her and stole it from me.
Yeah, but didn't you make any profit on the house?
Nope, just broke even.
Oh, man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet anyone?
I met one other lady that was very nice.
From the service?
Yes, it was very nice.
But that's it?
Yeah, it was very nice, but she was in a whole other realm, and she had more leisure time than I did.
Are you still single?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Yeah, man, these dating sites I don't think are a good idea. How old are you now, sir?
Well, I'm approaching 70 years old, Tom.
You old fart.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I may be an old fart, but I'm a lot smarter than I used to be.
Yeah. Aren't we all, sir?
Hey, we know an 80-year-old guy, Tom, that he retired right around 80 years old.
Yeah.
And he had two gals move in with him within 4 or 5 months. One was 18.
Oh, Mark, how is he doing right now? Without using his name, how is he doing right now?
Well, I just told you that story. It sounds like he's living life to the fullest.
Now, remember when he said he had these two girls moving in? We said, you're going to be taken for everything you have.
Yeah, I think he's a little too smart for that.
But are they his lovers?
I think one is moved out, one is still there.
And is that one his lover or friend?
Good friend, maybe? I don't know.
He just wanted companionship. I really felt for him because I thought he was going to be taken.
He's actually a lot smarter than...
No, he is pretty smart.
He's on top of it, literally.
So anyway, you say this woman moved to Vegas, she had loose morals, and stole money from you.
Exactly.
Deputy Doc wants her number.
Pardon me?
Because he can't get on Match anymore since he got kicked off.
Oh,
Well,
God,
Tom,
we give him too much crap.
Tom, karma works very weird because I knew sooner or later that this would come back and bite him. And here it is, 21 years later, and bingo, it's biting them. And that's what these people are about. And your assistants verified what
We ought
I
to,
said. So
you know
there
what?
go.
We ought, thank you for the call, 303-713-TALK, 703-8255. We ought to send Deputy Doc in undercover. Really. Or what do you think? He's a retired...
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
No, retired doctor, has money, and we know if they express hope to him, it's a scam. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
Slower speeds throughout the Denver metro as we approach that 1 o'clock hour. I-25 southbound showing regular slowdowns in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northbound I-25, similar situation. We're seeing slower speeds between Alameda and Colfax. Over on the west end of town off Highway Ward Road, southbound at 48th, we've got an accident, 2 right lanes blocked. Stop and go traffic back from Ridge Road. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, scattered thunderstorms today with a high of 78 degrees this afternoon, overnight low of 51, and the showers return tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 79 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster blinds are easy to install and guaranteed to fit. Don't overpay for new blinds. Shop today and save big. Blindster.com.
Simply Floors, Inc. What do you think they deal in? Simply Floors. Now, that doesn't mean Simply Floors. That means Simply Floors, nothing else, and it means great selection on carpeting, luxury vinyl planking, and all kinds of hardwoods, including veneers and engineered floors. And here's the greatest part, the best installers in the business, The best financing and the best prices, up to 40% savings over big boxes. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Former President Trump just made a big post to his Truth Social, and he's praising Dick Morris's new book, The Return. Trump says Dick Morris's bestseller is a great book and urges you to get it. The Return reveals Trump is running again and will even win. It's even predicted recent events. The Return alleges that big media...
This place, this dating place.
Hello, you.
It's south of...
but Morris predicts they will fail.
That's okay.
The Health Club there on Cherry.
Okay. And Dick Morris is a real pro.
Because here's Lifetime.
The Return is the book of the year.
And then, like, if you go on...
I got your emails. No, playing a little catch-up since being back. Got your emails. I'll run K-Guard. I'll reach out to James or have Mark do that. And I got the... He said he hasn't received invoices, so he wants an updated invoice for balance. All right, I'll send that to you as well.
Oh, yeah.
And get your copy today.
Road trip to the Pac-12. Hi, this is Voice of the Boss, Mark Johnson. Tomorrow, the Buffaloes travel to Tucson to battle the Wildcats. Coverage begins at 5:30. Kickoff at 7:30 on 630 KHOW and on iHeartRadio.
Homeowners super struggle to find a debt contractor this year instead of starting a process from scratch next year.
Who, Tom didn't pronounce his name right? Tom
Whose
didn't
name?
pronounce his name right is what he was saying?
Whose name?
Farmers only. They used to advertise a lot.
Okay, right near Mississippi there, as you're going south. It's right across from Infinity Park. That would have been a good landmark right there. There's Infinity Park. There's Cherry Street.
Yep.
And there it is. And the health club is right.
Well, they're all in the same basic area.
And then, and then whatchamacallit, right over across from the church,
Wow, are you listening to that spot?
No, what? What spot?
The Camp Lejeune spot.
Oh.
That's our local guy.
Yeah, Bell and Pollock?
Yeah, I'm shocked they're doing that.
I can't believe there are that many people that went through it.
Are you kidding? It's from 1950. Yeah, it was like 30 years, Tom. And you know how much, first of all, it's a government, so they...
Yeah, but I'm saying Doc, all you got to do is prove that you were there and they pay you. What are attorneys doing?
No, that's not true, Mark. You have to have damages.
I'm not so sure, man.
Yeah, you have not damages.
You've got to be sick, yes. But
Right.
once again, wouldn't that be more of a doctor than an attorney?
Well, that's what they're going to do. They're going to get you in touch with a doctor.
I just don't see why lawyers are involved in it.
Well, it's a class action. They get their portion.
It's not a class action.
Okay. Here's what they did. All they did was took away the immunity from Camp Lejeune. That's what that law was. Now they have to file and go after them, and they can't get out of it. They can't get out of it.
Plus, the government has unlimited funds to pay these people, so it's very lucrative for the attorneys.
The attorneys will be represented and get a portion. I don't think, Mark, there is even a way for a consumer to go direct. Maybe there is. If there is, we should start advertising it.
My understanding is Congress basically passed it, and if you
Taking away their immunity.
If you have health problems and you were there, you get paid.
No, I don't think so, man.
You're going to have to prove the health problems, Mark.
Yeah, I understand that, Doc. Wouldn't your VA, your medical, something I think would prove that?
Here's what it says. Here's the act. Over the course of 4 decades, blah, blah, blah. What did Congress do? Let me see. Compensation for the VA Camp Lejeune. The Camp Lejeune Justice Act gives families harmed by it the right to file a claim. It took away their governmental immunity. So that's what it did. The right to file a claim. Now, does that require a suit? I don't know. It says, hold on. The Camp Lejeune Act enables veterans and their families.
MoneyYourRetirement.com.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your life.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000 devices.
You know, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Mark, it wouldn't be a bad idea, seriously, to get a law firm on to talk about it. We should do that.
Yeah, and for folks listening, we're talking about the Camp Lejeune.
We should. We should. Well, no, we should get an attorney who's handling it.
Our New Jersey guy would know for sure.
Yes, we could. Or we could get even Bell and Pollock on. We should ask what exactly.
You just nailed it. Let's get Bell and Pollock on.
Now, here are the conditions: esophageal cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, bladder cancer, kidney cancer, leukemia, multiple myeloma, and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Now, these conditions are some of the conditions. Now, it says the Camp Lejeune Act. We wondered what that's all about. All it did was, in essence, take away immunity and gave people the right to file a claim. They still have to file a claim. The question is, can you file a claim without an attorney? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I'm not sure an attorney will tell us that, but we can find out. It would be good to know one way or the other what it is all about, because we've been hearing a lot about it. Now, Mark, I know you've been waiting there a while. Mark, what's going on, sir?
Yes, I work for a used car dealer, and I drive cars, get them ready for sale, recondition, that sort of thing. And I accidentally put fuel, regular gasoline, unleaded, in a diesel truck. And I'm wondering, can my employer require me to pay for damages?
It depends on the employment agreement or the policy they have applied in the past.
I'd say no.
Okay, hold on. Mark, it depends on, I'm talking about caller Mark, it depends if it's in your employment agreement or if they have a policy that they have used in the past for the same thing. It's called offsetting, and they can offset through your pay damages. But if it's not mentioned, and if they for example, if you did damage to someone on the outside during the course of your employment, that's different.
Right.
But if you did damage to the employer and to their property, it could be covered by an employment agreement.
Tom, I don't think so in Colorado. I know.
I don't have.
Hold on, man. Hold on, Mark. I know, like loans, advances, goods, services, equipment that is in the employee manual that goes to the employee, like, say, a uniform or even equipment like tools. If they agree to that, you're right. But I don't think the company's property, which that car would be covered in any circumstance.
Even if they even if they agree to it, you're saying.
Even if they agree to it.
Well, let's find out from an attorney one way or the other, so we don't give you two different informations. I was always told they're allowed to offset for damages if it was careless and covered by employment agreement. Let's find out. Let's ask someone. We got more. It says Colorado insurance companies cannot offset the amount of... Oh, never mind. That's different. Let's see. The type of compensatory damages...
Yeah, like, for example, even if one of my employees breaks my tire machine.
We don't... You guys, we got to find one. We just don't have one anymore.
Yeah.
It's very hard to find one that'll come on and talk.
Oh, damn it. Hold on. Is employment offsetting... Hold on. I'm trying to find out.
It's usually for, like, payroll advances and then equipment or uniforms. I mean, just imagine, like, if, I don't know, let's say the guy was working on a $150,000 Mercedes and did this.
Well, let's find out, though. Let's not just...
KHOW Denver, our radio station. It's Tom Martino, Troubleshooter, mornings at 10, streaming live on our free iHeartRadio app and at khow.com.
And ironically enough, I don't even think you could have video of them taking money out of the till, literally video of it, and you can't deduct that. You'd have to go through prosecution on them.
That's right. That's right. Or have a policy against it.
Florida officials report 21 deaths across the state. The president
Yeah, but my point is, in Colorado, even if you have a policy against it, you still can't deduct from the check because that's not legal in Colorado.
Russian President Vladimir Putin announcing
The equivalent would be, you know, you get their firstborn. Well, who cares if they signed it?
Europe since World War II. It follows what the U.S. calls a sham referendum. President Biden saying Russia is showing contempt for peaceful nations everywhere. This is ABC.
Yeah, Jeff, wage an hour when we call them. They're so general. They're afraid to give legal advice.
Hold on, it's here on the, I'm looking at wage and hour right now. Hold on, it's talking about offsetting. Hold on.
Impermissible deductions, deductions for property damage, deductions as fines for employees.
That's from their pay.
Employers may not
That's
deduct from an employee's wages.
Yeah, but that, okay. That's exactly right. We're talking about deducting from wages.
Yeah.
But what about them paying for it?
Well, that's totally different. I'm saying they can't deduct it from the guy's check.
Hold on. Here's the question. OSHA guidelines prevent it. Hold on. Can employers make...
Suicide rates are up.
Okay, all the federal sites say no. Generally, it's... No, but they keep talking about deductions from pay.
You cannot force an employee to pay for damages or lost property.
Well, some of it you can if it's in the employment agreement, like uniforms. But they agreed to that up front when they got hired.
Hold on. Federal law allows employers to charge employees for items they break or for shortages in their cash register drawers, provided that the employee still earns, after the deduction, minimum wage. That's federal. That's not, and that's from... Well, let me find out the site it's from. It's just this Google thing. And, oh, it's from myhrcouncil.com. That's for... But I want to know about Colorado. Requires employers to pay employees minimum wage and time... refer to, let's see... Okay, if an employee accidentally breaks or damages equipment, you cannot require them to pay for replacement. Accidents happen, and I don't know where this is from. This is from Small Business Chronicle or something.
Troubleshooter show,
The
please hold a minute.
damage must be treated as a business expense if the damage is done on purpose or... Okay.
We should really get an angel over there.
Okay, hold on. If it is done on the purpose, if they say gross negligence or on purpose, they can charge them. This is from smallbusiness.com.
Tom, charging them, and the guy wanted to know if they could take it out of his check.
I don't see anywhere where they can take out of his check for anything.
Anything. Well, except for uniforms, there are some things you can for sure. I've done it.
Did he tell you what he did?
And overpayment of wages.
Did he tell you guys what he damaged?
Yeah, a car.
Okay. And I think he works for a dealership, is that right? Or was it just a company car?
I think a dealership.
Car dealers. That's the latest chat hour. Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by...
God, this one says, hold on. Jesus Christ. I'm reading one yes, one no, one yes, one no. General guidelines.
Maybe Phil Spessart can hook me up with an angel over there.
Okay.
I can ask. I mean, I don't know if it'll happen today, but I can email him.
It says the company reserves the right to require an employee to pay for part of cost of repair or replace if, hold on, I don't know. This comes from shrm.org. I don't even know what they are. Oh, wait, Better Workplaces, Better World. See, everywhere I look, I'm reading different conflicting information. Every single... Hold on. Can your boss make you pay?
I think it's really for stuff that the employee was given and agreed to pay for if he didn't give them back, such as uniforms or cash advances or tools. And I'm talking paychecks again. I'm not talking anything else.
How long is employer... Hold on. How long is employer... Yeah, I'm not concerned about the paychecks as much as I am making them pay. Okay.
I'm emailing Phil Spessart.
Can't we ask an employee? Don't we have any old employment attorneys?
No, the one guy didn't want to be called anymore, Tom.
Damn it.
Action. Don't wait in line. MyAccidentLawyer.co, where you're not just a number. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. MyAccidentLawyer.co.
Afternoons 2 to 4. It's Leland Conway.
We have a chance to lower our taxes. We'll talk about it at 2. Plus at 3 o'clock, Twisted View, an all-star panel, BK and Willie B. Plus Super Shoe and me. 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. If you ever want your windows cleaned, you'll never do better than hiring these young men who formed this company out of high school and do a rock job. And let me tell you something. Not only do they do a great job, but they are the most reasonable price you'll ever pay for it. They're great kids, and I shouldn't say kids, man, they're in their 20s. WeCleanWindows.co. When you hire them to do, Tyler started the company out of high school, and when you hire them to do commercial or residential window cleaning, they'll clean all of the windows in your home, inside and out, plus all the glass in your home, including, glass shower doors, mirrors, and all that, glass top tables. Also, pressure washing, anything you need done. They're also doing holiday light installations. Keep that in mind. WeCleanWindows.co, 303-564-5574. I use them all the time. Love these guys. 303-564-5574. WeCleanWindows.co. Now, we're having a discussion, and I never thought it would be so confusing. Can an employer require him to pay for damage? He put in the wrong fuel in a car by mistake, put diesel in instead of gas or gas instead of diesel, and the dealership wants him to pay. And I'm reading from Colorado that says specifically, now listen to this, deductions from payroll can only be for automatic enrollment that they agree to, or deductions for stealing, or for loans, advances, goods or services, and equipment property, or it's at, and I'm reading this from the labor site, any deduction necessary to cover shortage due to theft by them, but it does not mention damages unless it's an intentional damage. For example, I'm saying this, what I read intentional to be, is they're fired and on the way out they throw a brick through the window or something like that, or they say anything that would be chargeable as a crime. Any deduction not listed can't be done. And it's really, so I don't think mistakes can be charged. I don't see anywhere where a mistake can be charged unless it's an intentional act. So I would say they probably can't if it's a true mistake.
Well,
and I don't
think of a valet and he accidentally runs a Ferrari into something.
Of course. So, so they distinguish between intentional acts or normal stuff like company property, uniforms, and all of that. But I don't see anywhere where a mistake is called out. So, Mark, this was a mistake, right? You accidentally did it, right? You weren't drunk. You weren't negligent like that, right? Is he there?
He is now.
Mark?
Yes.
It was a mistake.
Absolutely.
How much? Now, by the way, here's what's weird. They can fire you for it.
Of course, I understand that.
So they have a right to ask for it. They don't have a right to enforce it. They said a goodwill. But here's the deal, though. Since it's an employee at will state, they could probably just fire you if you don't do it. So what do you do in a case like that? Is that unjust or what? Mark, how much does this account? How much is this going to cost?
Don't know. It hasn't been determined yet.
Did they say they would fire you if you didn't do it?
Haven't they? Honestly, there's been no discussion about.
Mark,
that.
Is it a big company? What are we
one
talking
way or
about?
Another, I'm just trying to find out what the ramifications are.
Mark, is it a big dealership? What is it?
Oh, it's a small one.
Okay.
I just don't think they can do it if you made a mistake.
They can't. I don't think they can.
Hold on. Jeff, what did you say?
There's a good possibility their insurance would cover the damages anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it seems like insurance.
Yeah,
could
but
cover
Jeff, let me ask you: if you put gasoline in a diesel engine, did you even drive it after that, Mark, or did you drive it and it broke down? I'm saying, how much could that actually cost or damage?
Oh, we can definitely damage a lot if it's been driven. So, but if it wasn't fired up and it was just in the tank, drop the tank.
Was it fired up, Mark?
Yes, it was.
And what happened?
Sputtered and seized.
It's seized? So Jeff, Vic Kimmer transmission. An engine can seize like that, right?
Because diesel's got oil in it, right, Jeff?
Yeah, it's a
so they're made to so diesel engines are made to be lubricated not only by the engine oil but by the fuel.
To some extent, particularly the injectors and the pump. Yeah.
Oh wow, that could be.
Is this a truck? Is this a car? What is this?
Gas and diesel.
Yeah, how did you do it, Mark? Aren't they different sized nozzles? How'd you do it?
No, he put gasoline in the diesel, so
it's smaller, right?
The other way you can't do.
Ah,
that's what I did.
Man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but if it sees an engine, he can be looking to several.
Steve the painter wants to make a comment on this call. I'm not sure what he's saying. Go ahead, Steve.
How long did that truck run before it stalled?
He said it seized.
10 miles.
I don't know if it. How many?
10 miles.
10
miles. It's almost impossible to run on gas when it's a diesel motor. I did the same thing to mine. It ran for maybe a mile, and it stalled. And we drained the tank, cleaned the lines, new fuel filter, put it all back together, put new diesel fuel in it. Took a bit to start, but it started up, and it runs fine now. So yeah, you just got to drain all that gas out.
How long ago was it?
Tank and, what do you mean? When I did mine?
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
And it's still running?
Yeah, it's 637,000 miles, yeah, running good.
Well, listen, Mark, maybe that's what they want you to pay for. What they're saying is for the draining, the filters, because that's going to cost something to do. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Right. None of that's been determined yet, so I'm just
okay.
calling.
Well, would you stay in touch with us, Mark, and we'll just follow it along. I really don't know at this point. I mean, according to everything we're reading, if it was an honest mistake, as they say, not intentional, they can't make you pay for it. Okay. Now Aaron wants to talk about his 95. Oh no, I'm sorry. He needs help fixing his 95 Chevy Suburban. Aaron, what's going on?
Yes. All right, so I got a 95 Chevy Suburban. I'm not the one that's the mechanic. I had somebody that was traveling with me that ended up leaving that was my mechanic that was helping me. But what ended up happening was that it just stalled out of nowhere. I got 3 separate vehicles to try to jump it. We got it to jump back again, went to go pull out of the parking lot where it was dead at, and it stalled at the red light, and it's never started again. I've replaced the ECM module, the fuel pump, the ignition switch.
How many miles on this 94 Chevy Suburban?
Well, I would have to look. I'm not exactly sure. It's a 95.
Oh, roughly what do you think?
Shit, give me 1 second, because I'm broke.
Okay,
right
get that, Shannon, please. Did you get it, Shannon?
We're good.
You guys got to talk to me, okay? Or not Shannon. I'm sorry.
We're good.
Okay,
We're good, man.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know Shannon left. Okay, so hold on. Let's take him on hold right now until we respool. Man. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'll talk to Jane right after this. Coming up.
For over 150 years, CIBC has helped people go from where they are to where they want to be. From leading...
Mark, I've got Gary Bell from Bell and Pollock coming on.
Ooh,
okay, guys?
Yeah, good.
All right.
From generating wealth to generations of wealth. At CIBC, we believe a bank should take you from where you are to wherever you want to be. CIBC, ambitions made real. CIBC Bank USA, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
CentryRV.com. Century as in the 100 mark, CENTRY. They have a brand new service facility open for customers. They spent millions of dollars on this beautiful facility, so they're going to be wonderful for doing their warranty work and service for their customers. It's at I-25 at exit 240. That's up near Longmont exit. And then you take Frontage Road on the east side. That's where they are. New and used RVs, great deals, great prices, great inventory. Yeah, supply chain, what? Not with CentryRV.com. 303-453-1111.
The biggest stars in all of music share this stage.
Down to the basic freeze. You have to have air, you have to have fuel, you have to have stuff.
You ever get tired of saying that?
Was it J-A-M-I-J-A-M-E-I-S?
Oh. And how do you say it? Camp Lejeune? How do you say it, Mark?
L-L-E-M-E.
Mark.
Injection, squirting.
And sometimes you feel like it's just on repeat.
How do you say it? Camp Lejeune? I don't want to sound like an idiot.
You need.
I think it's Camp Lejeune. To get pregnant?
You need, what else?
Well, basically you need three things. You need a sperm, an egg, and a way for them to get together.
Okay.
Those are the three
Well,
things.
actually, in an environment, because the sperm and an egg outside wouldn't do shit.
Well, yeah, if you do in vitro.
Yeah, but if you left it outside, it would do shit, nothing.
Well, you
In
can't
fact,
get-
what happens in vitro? Does it actually start growing?
Yeah.
Like, what would happen if you just let it keep growing? What
Hi,
would happen
Mr.
if
Bell.
You did not plant it.
Hi, it's Suzanne with the Tom Martino Show. How are you doing?
Right. Okay. But it would
I
try
am
to
doing
grow.
well. Tom wanted to talk to you about,
Okay, let
I'm
me
not
ask
going
you
to
another
say it right,
stupid
but he will. Camp
Could you grow it
Lejeune.
outside? It won't.
And we just wondered if you had a few minutes to talk about that on the show.
No.
You could. What would happen?
I can hear you just fine.
You couldn't supply it with the nutrients and the environment.
Okay, I'm going to get you in queue here. We're coming back in just a second from the break. Thank you for your time.
No matter what you did.
Well, not yet.
Not in an organic soup of some kind? Okay.
I mean, otherwise you could have babies born
Yeah,
in
of course.
the test tube.
No, of course. But so you can.
No.
How far can you bring them?
Bell and Pollock.
Cells, so it's pretty small.
They call them a zygote.
BellPollockInjury.com. BellPollockInjury.com.
13 days is your answer, bro.
What?
Outside the womb.
Control V? Ah, shit. That's going to work. Okay.
It needs to be in an ectine uterine environment, though, if I recall. Not to be mistaken with a Tupperware dish. If you jerk off into a Tupperware dish, there is no way that baby's growing.
Thank you, Dr. Google. We appreciate that.
No, that's just what I remember from science class.
Yeah.
I bet a lot of women would have a baby outside the womb if it was possible.
Well, they do it now with surrogates, Mark.
Oh, yeah, good point.
In fact, didn't one of the Kardashians do that?
I couldn't identify the Kardashians. She showed me a picture of them.
Okay, I'm going to go right to then Bell and Pollock. Just tell the other two we'll get to them for sure.
I'm going to tell him Tom said to hang up.
Yeah.
Don't know why. Okay. 3, 2.
Do you know what I got Vonnie for his birthday in addition to the car?
What?
I got him a hooker.
Oh my God.
He is 16.
It's going to blow his mind.
A good hooker.
Well, forget about it.
Mark, you really made me shit, man. I swear to God, when we said, what did you get for $9,000? And Mark said, I hope around the world. You idiot. You know what that means?
Can you believe he paid fucking $9,000?
You can't say shit.
iPhone.
Does Mark even know what that is?
Mark doesn't know much about that.
The journey without busy airports or cramped car rides. With no middle seats, extra legroom, and even private rooms. New adventures, just an Amtrak away. Book now at Amtrak.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So we heard all of those commercials about Camp Lejeune, and we said we should get someone on. Well, locally, Bell and Pollock are doing those commercials. We heard it on the show just a little while ago, and we wonder what the heck is it all about? Because what we heard was there's a law of some kind, and we believe the law basically took away immunity and allowed for claims, but now we hear attorneys and we're saying, is it a class action suit? Is it simply processing a claim? What the heck is it, and what is involved? So we're going to talk to Gary Bell from Bell and Pollock. Gary, it's been many years since we talked, so let's talk about this. First, I want to ask you something, Gary. Is your golf game any better than it used to be?
No, Tom. Good to talk to you. Really good to talk to you. It's no better. It got worse. So,
okay.
Full disclosure at all times.
Let's talk about Camp Lejeune. First and foremost, what did the law do? Did it take away immunity?
It really did, Tom. And for the first time ever, there's a federal statute that allows veterans and civilians and family members that lived in Camp Lejeune, if they qualify, to file a claim, a lawsuit. There's no more immunity. It was waived by the United States government, and now you can find a claim / lawsuit for your injuries, and they're very devastating injuries from this contaminated water.
All right, so what I need to know is this, Gary. Is it a complaint? Yeah. Is it a lawsuit? Is it simply you put in an order? What is it? When someone contacts you, is it a lawsuit?
Do they have to use an attorney?
Well, no. First, let's talk about, is it a lawsuit? Is it a lawsuit?
So it can be, Tom. So the way it works is you line up your proof, you get your military records, and you line up your proof, and then you file a claim with the Navy JAG. And they've got 8 attorneys defending this, and there's going to be hundreds of thousands of claims. So you file a claim, and then there's going to be some lawsuits. There's a small chance that your claim might be picked, but it's not a class action. It's not an MDL, multi-district litigation. But first you file the claim. You file it with Navy JAG, but you better be careful not to use the Navy JAG claim form without talking to an attorney. So, sometimes, as you know, we told people you don't need attorneys in matters. You've known that over the years, but this is where you need an attorney, right here.
Okay, but theoretically, you can do it, as Mark asked, without an attorney if you wanted to.
Theoretically, you could. Yes, you could. Yeah.
You're saying it would be foolish, Gary, because they're not going to be able to do it correctly.
It would be foolish. They're not going to be able to do it correctly, and I can give you a brief example.
Go ahead.
The contaminated water came from various sources, a variety of sources, some underground degreaser stations, gasoline, benzene, cleaning fluids, dry cleaners. So the government has traced where they think the contaminated water went and who drank it. So one pitfall is if you say you lived in Camp Geiger or you lived in Holcomb Boulevard, but you also visited Hadnot, the government's going to take the position you didn't drink the contaminated water, and so you got to be very, very careful. That's just one pitfall. Very careful.
Now, Gary, I want to ask you something then. You said you put in a claim, and some of them may be a lawsuit. Well, what does that mean? Like, for example, first question, what's to prevent me from putting in a $10 million claim? How do you determine the claim to put in?
Okay, another great question, Tom. You're all over it, and you're right on. So, yes, you can file the claim. Who's to determine whether you're going to go to a lawsuit? If they say we're not going to pay your claim, we're going to pay these 5 claims over here, you're going to get paid. If you're not going to pay your claim, then you have a choice of whether or not you want to go to a lawsuit and a trial. That answers that question. And as I said, they've got heat maps, and I know where they are, of where the contaminated water came from, depending on where you lived. You might have lived in bachelor's officers' quarters. You might have lived in family living quarters. But this law is not just confined to veterans. Any family member that was there for over 30 days can file the claim. And then to answer your question, what is it, $10 million? There's no range. But another pitfall, Mr. Martino, is that if you file the claim and you put, $100,000 in your claim form, and then your claim is worth much more than that, you're stuck with the amount you put in the claim form. So that's just another pitfall.
So if you put too much in, though, the worst that'll happen, it'll be reduced?
Yes, the worst that'll happen will be reduced. If you put $15 million in there, then the worst will happen, it would be reduced, or you wouldn't get that much money.
So Gary, do you end up then, basically, is it a case-by-case truly, or do you pretty much put the same amount in when you're doing it?
That's another great question. You really got some great questions. So it's a case-by-case basis. It's not one size fits all. Just a couple of brief examples. All kinds of cancers are covered. You have breast cancer, bladder cancer. That might be in a Tier 1 claim. A Tier 2 claim might cover birth defects, female infertility, Parkinson's disease, neurological disorders. So you're not all going to be in the same tier. That's why you need expertise when you file your claim and prosecute it with the government.
So, Gary, I wondered why so many attorneys are asking for clients. How many people are they estimating went through Camp Lejeune during that period of time, for God's sakes?
Yeah, another great question. You're all over it today. Good job. The estimate I have right now is 500,000 to 1 million people.
Holy crap. Are you finding there are some in Denver?
Finding there's some in Denver, the stories will break your heart. And one thing we're finding a lot is there's a lot of death cases. Example, and I can't use anybody's name, but example, my husband died 20 years ago. Is that recoverable? Yes. My uncle died. He served at Camp Lejeune. Is that recoverable? Yes. Of course, you have to have the qualifying diagnosis, but yes, it can be a death case. It can be a living case. People are now under caretaker responsibilities. They can file a claim. Baby deaths.
Are you finding... Gary, are you finding people who never knew what happened to them, and now they go, oh, my goodness, it must have been that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So how long does it take for a person to find out once they contact you?
Well, we can screen them. I know all the criteria. We just screen them right here. Then we have to hire some attorneys, and we're doing it, but you have to hire some attorneys, and then we get your medical records or your deceased medical records and military records, including the DD-214, which is the discharge papers. That way we can prove you were at Camp Lejeune. You got to prove you were there for 30 days, at least 30 days, and you have a diagnosis. These are very serious diagnoses.
How long does JAG take to get back to you on if they're going to pay the claim or not?
Right now, they've said we're not taking any claims. We'll tell you when we're going to take them. They have 8 Navy JAG attorneys, and we have been told that they are trying to retain and hire outside counsel to help defend and prosecute these claims because they don't have enough lawyers.
So right now you're just gathering clients for a future filing.
Exactly right. Get the medical records, get the military records to be able to prove Camp Lejeune and the part you lived at and the contaminated water, and then get ready when they open it up to file the claim.
And if you were not military, what takes the place of a military record to prove?
Okay, if you're not military, you got to be able to prove that you were married to husband X. Husband X lived at Camp Lejeune, was stationed there for at least 30 days. You lived there with him or her.
Okay.
And you have now a diagnosis of cancer, or as an example.
Let's just real quick, Gary. Jim is on the line. I'm not sure what he wants to talk about, but he called in about this. Jim, what is your question?
Well, I don't really have a question. I have a comment about the whole process. And this isn't to diminish what Gary is talking about. Okay, so several years ago, a report came out about the Camp Lejeune issue. People that were in the military or civilians subjected to a chemical known as trichloroethylene, or TCE. And so there was such a big issue made about that. The VA says, all right, we'll take claims for anybody that had served at Camp Lejeune. Well, TCE is a degreaser that has been used worldwide, especially by the military. Anybody that was not serving at Camp Lejeune was not in line to file a claim for damages brought to their health.
But Jim, what does that have to do with the discussion we're having right now, though?
Well, for one thing, anybody who has served in the military can file a claim. I believe, all right, you're going to have to get in line with the VA, because I believe the VA is going to have to be the one that has the final say-so as to who gets what and when. The PACT Act that we just signed allows for that. Anybody who served in the military, okay, is now eligible to file a claim for any kind of toxic substance abuse.
Okay, now that's a good point. Okay, thank you, Jim. Gary, what he's saying, is what he's saying true? Did this law encompass more injury as well?
No, this one here applies. It's called the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, so it applies to Camp Lejeune. It does not go through the VA. It goes through the Navy JAG office and the United States Government Judgment Fund. Okay.
Now, by the way, do you talk about this on your show on Saturday?
Yes, we do. Almost every Saturday we talk about this and try to guide people the right way. Yes.
And it's on KHOW from 7 to 8 in the morning, and your website, bellpollockinjury.com. And I think, and you still have the same phone number, I imagine. Can you give out your phone number, please?
Sure. Thanks, Tom. It's 303-795-5900, and website championsofthepeople.com.
Okay. Thank you very much, championsofthepeople.com. We have more coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now.
You have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
I don't know anything about this guy.
I would screw it up and call him by the wrong last name. God frickin' bless.
Like one of your names is in there?
Hey, Bell, Pollock, whichever. Seem like nice enough people.
Again from I-70 to 6th Avenue. I-70 started to see volume both directions around the I-25.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name? Dave, in a sentence or less, what would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Good chance of rain today, high near 80. Tonight, 50 for the low. Tomorrow, good chance of showers, 71. Sunday, we'll probably see rain as well on 73. Right now, 73.
Hang tight, listen through the phone.
Traffic and weather, 80 Mitchell, 6:30. KHOW. It's back to school today, but off to college before you know it. Open a College Invest 529 savings account and benefit from a Colorado tax deduction.
Happened to Mike.
Do it now before another school year passes. collegeinvest.org.
They make you a cash offer. Then, when Orchard sells your home for more than they paid you, you keep all the profit. If you're ready to maximize your earnings on your old home and minimize the stress of selling, you need to try Orchard. Visit Orchard.com and see how you can get an all-cash offer today. Orchard, it's the new way to home.
Michael Brown here for Podiatry Associates. Do you have foot and ankle
ankle pain like I did at one time? Well, Podiatry Associates was my answer, and it's your answer too. Contact them today to learn more about how their podiatrist and physical therapist can help you feel better fast. Podiatry Associates is one of the only facilities in the country that makes orthotics in-house. That makes them quicker and more affordable for you if that's what you need. So call Podiatry Associates today, 303-805-5156, or go online, clickdoctorscolorado.com. That's clickdoctorscolorado.com.
Cops across America are under fire. It's true. Our men and women in blue are quitting early in record numbers. Wolf policies, loss of immunity, and defunding the police have made it a very dangerous job. Already this year, almost 200 cops have died in the line of duty. Now, Greg Kelly says enough is enough. Greg's on Newsmax all this week, exposing the real dangers to cops and to your family. He exposes Biden's policies that are putting cops in the red zone and making our cities unsafe. Tonight, watch Greg Kelly's special series, Cops Under Fire, on Newsmax at 10 p.m. Eastern. Greg asks, if the cops protect us, who protects the cops? Find out on his Newsmax special series. Find out why 40 million Americans now watch Newsmax regularly. Find out why millions are making the switch to Newsmax. Tune in tonight for Greg Kelly and Cops Under Fire on Newsmax. Make the switch. You won't look back.
If you know, and you do not, there are higher kitchen door to have a brand new look. Really, 5-inch Sunray kitchens. You don't save big with a total kitchen replacement with our 3/4-inch cabinet resurfacing process. Choose smart solid hardwood options or modern solid colors with our Duraline synthetics. You bet, Dad. We'll build all new doors and door fronts with many styles to choose from. Add new hardware, and if you wish, top it off with new custom-built counters. And how about adding a gorgeous new floor? Voila! A brand new luxurious look in your kitchen, having saved thousands. And you've not gone through the complications of a complete kitchen tear-out. Right on, Todd. Folks, call and check us out. Book your kitchen now for select install dates, and you'll enjoy a 12%.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, it's like, whoa, man.
800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
There's an old saying that there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And right now, certain groups are touting extraordinary
here or
success
studio on Monday, do you know?
wave therapy to treat or
Oh,
rectify.
let me look.
This is Jeff of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to tell you today, as a clinic that uses wave therapy, those statistics can be misleading and could lead you to commit to an expensive therapy.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name?
Wave therapy does
Scott, what did you want to talk to Tom about today on the show?
But unless you have mild ED, wave therapy is not likely to get you where you want to be unless it's augmented with other treatments. That's the truth.
No, I'm going to
At
be
the Rocky
here.
Mountain Men's
I'm going to have
we
more
provide
outing.
comprehensive treatments
Yeah?
tailored for your individual condition, with therapies having medically proven.
What is the name of the one you're dealing with?
So call us first. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You wash your hands and brush your teeth, but what about your nose? How do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage pulls saline around the back of the nose and helps
So
you
my
We-
son's talking to the principal.
Yeah, you know, it's I don't know. I think we could probably find out for you. And you said your first name's Scott, right?
People try Navage for lots of reasons.
Scott, the only thing is you're calling in the last few minutes of the show, so I don't think I can get you on today, but I'd be very happy to take your phone number and call you on Monday, and we'll have Tom and the guys look into that company and see.
100,000 reviews averaging 4.7.
They do it on the air. Well, I mean, the call has to come in on the air, then they work on the problem. It sounds like, though, you probably already signed up with them.
The biggest payoff is improved health. Here's the key point. Navage is good personal hygiene, and it's going to help you stay healthier. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Bed Bath, Target, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Watch every pro football game at the Ultimate Resort, Monarch Casino Resort Spa Blackhawk, monarchblackhawk.com.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4, talk about fun. Heidi Canal's epic beatdown of Jared Polis in their first debate. An instant classic. What kind of impact do you think it's going to have on this election? We'll play more of the highlights again at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK. Jane has a question about money. Okay, Jane, what's going on?
Well, I just need help. I don't know where to go, but where you get help to move my IRA from the market into something that's not volatile.
You know, Jane, I need to ask a few questions.
Okay.
How old are you?
76.
And are you drawing? You are drawing from your IRA, I take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And you're drawing your minimum distribution or more?
Sometimes the minimum, sometimes more. I don't have to draw anything.
Who manages it?
Schwab.
Just tell them to pull it out.
Now, Jane, well, what does she do, Mark? Go to cash?
Well, I mean, she can go to cash, or for that matter, you can get a savings bond at this point.
But Jane, you can't draw down a savings bond. She's using it for income. Well, Jane, what is your principal amount?
About 300 some.
Have you, now listen, I'm not trying to sell anything, I swear to God. Have you ever looked into annuitizing it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, now here's what I want to tell you. It's not for everyone, but I have found personally, in every case that I've helped friends with, I'm not a financial advisor, I mean I've talked to them and sent them places. In almost every single case, including Deputy Doc, I didn't do it for him, he did it on his own years ago, that a lump sum of cash in today's sophisticated annuities will generate more income than you can on your own ever in any trustee, and you can find the right annuity and you'll get income.
I don't necessarily need income.
No, that's even better. Let me tell you why. Again, I'm not trying to talk. If you keep your money in the market, you can have losses in a week that can take years to build back up. It always takes longer to build up than you lose. If you don't need income right away and you put it into an annuity, every single year it stays there gives you more and more income. I'm not trying to talk you into an annuity. What I'm saying is you should consider it and compare it as if it was in one to the last 5 years you did in the market. That's what you should do. Because you're asking me for advice. I would not, at your age, overfund a life insurance policy. I would never do that at your age. It's not a bad thing for younger people. I would consider an annuity. I would not even consider investing, because I know too many older people and a lot of older women whose life savings have been dwindling in the last 10 years.
Yep. Yeah,
but Again, that's up to you, Jane, because it's $300,000, and I don't know. You say you don't need the income, so how are you? Are you living off Social Security right now?
I have other income. I have other retirement plans.
That's excellent. It really is. Now, are they qualified plans or defined benefit plans? What are they?
One was a qualified. I have para too.
Okay, good. And that's paying you decent income. So, Jane, you sound sophisticated enough to be able to evaluate, and here's what I want to tell you. When you look at an annuity, make sure it doesn't pay a big, giant commission to the person. And if you could keep it in there a few years, there are some now, listen to this, paying a 30% bonus. That means you put $300 in there and you get 30% more immediately working for you as it festers. You want one that pays between 3 and 4% commission, and you want one that doesn't have any high fees. I mean, and there are ways to do it. Now, again, this is something to look around. And I promise you that if you called retirement, I don't make a dime on this. I swear to you when I talk to the Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, just talk to them. You don't have to use them. You don't have to hire them. They would never force you to do anything, and they would give you as much free information as you want, because that's what they signed up for when they came on my show. I told them that they have to answer questions free of charge to anybody who calls. So if you do call them, you may want to ask them that. And again, you can, and I not only advise this, I insist that no matter what they tell you, you double and triple check it. Double and triple check anything they tell you. What were you going to say?
Question. If she's in the market now and she doesn't need the income, why do you want to take it out in a down market? Why not wait for the market to return if you don't need the
Well,
income?
first of all, she said she had about 300 grand, and that's enough to make a big impact. And waiting, okay, yeah, you can wait. And if you're going to wait, then just wait for 5 years. I mean, why wait at all? Because to make up losses takes twice, 3 times, and 4 times as long as it does to get a loss. So any other losses could be devastating to her. That's the reason I recommend it. I mean, it depends on how much tolerance she has, for sure.
I don't have any more tolerance. I'm done.
And that's why I think by the way, what Mark said is smart. Get it out now and go to cash, and then decide where you want to roll it. And I suggest you only look.
Who says you can go to cash? Because my Charles Schwab says, well, the only thing you can do is move it to a CD.
Well, that's cash.
Is that Is that considered cash? I don't know.
Yes, it is. But you don't want a long-term commitment right now. Here's the number, and here's what I want you to do, okay? Seriously, Jane.
Okay.
I want you to call me back and tell me your impression. I want to know, positive or negative, the impression you get from Retirement Planning Center. And I am begging you not to buy anything until you double or triple check anything anyone tells you. You want to know fees up front, you want to know commissions, you want to know bonuses, you want to know income, and I want to hear from you a report on if it is 100% transparent and if you have found any conflicting information. That's what I want to hear from you, because you help me make decisions. Now, their number is 970-663-3211. Suze can make sure you get that. rpcenter.com. I love questions like that. And again, don't ever do anything based on what I tell you until you double and triple check everything. Because for you, there may be another answer. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.
It's a busy Friday. I-25 running heavy northbound from Alameda into downtown. Southbound slow up north from 104th to 84th. Again from I-70 to 6th Avenue. Eastbound I-70 starting to see volume around the I-25 interchange and near 225. And looks like there's a vehicle on fire as you leave the airport. Southbound Pena right at Green Valley Ranch. It's got the right lane blocked. Stop and go from Tower, adding almost 15 minutes onto your drive. Your Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Good chance of rain today. High near 80. Tonight 50 for the low. Tomorrow good chance of showers 71. Sunday we'll probably see rain 73. Right now, it's 79. With your impact traffic and weather, Katie Mitchell, 630 KHOW.
Want to save big on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Shop Blindster now and save 45% off any order. Just use code RADIO. Offer ends soon. Shop today. Blindster.com.
You know, you've heard me talk about stem cell therapy, real stem cell therapy. Thank goodness for Denver Regenerative Medicine. And again, like I say with everything, you make the decision for yourself after you hear what they say, you research it. DenverRegen.com. They'll give you a free consultation on the phone with a stem cell doctor. It could be your alternative to joint replacement surgery, a 3-hour procedure. 720-583-1648. That's a local number, but here's the other one that's easier to remember. 833-STEM-GEN. 833-STEM-GEN. Ask for your consultation. And by the way, for men calling, you can ask about their testosterone clinic. You get labs, you get the follow-up visits, and an initial consultation for $99. A very special introductory offer. 833-STEM-GEN.
Announcing Williams Jewelry 2022 is State Jewelry No Show and Sale.
One thing I always hate, I hate when it comes to finances, recommending stuff to people as the only answer, because I never, man, there are so many things to consider for that woman. And finances are as personal as religion to people.
And again, the good thing is she doesn't need it for income.
That's what she's at the benefit. She doesn't need it right now. That sits there 5 years or so. She could get a pretty good income off of that. You know, annuities have never been better for safe, conservative investments. They really have never been better. I mean, 30%. That woman could literally get
$90,000.
Yeah, so she'd have $410,000, right?
It's probably 10 years to get vested in that, though.
No, Mark. It's not 10 years.
The 30%.
No, it's not. It's not 10 years. Now, there is a surrender period, you're right, but you can take up to 10%. That 30% is working from you from day one, but you're right, you couldn't draw it out. You couldn't, or you can't use it as, it won't go all towards your retirement on day one if you went to income, you're right. But I don't think it's a 10-year. I think the 30% I looked at was 7. 30%, yeah. That's a huge. Yeah, but you know what? Here's another thing, though. It all comes out in the end because there's some that don't have that, and they pay way higher returns. So, no one's going to give you anything. It's going to be.
For all your vehicle needs, go to John Elway, a place where you'll never be taken advantage of because they want to be your go-to.
But I mean,
Tom, are you going to finish with this guy and the 8 dogs?
Yeah, I'm going to, but I need to know.
Cuss.
He needs to know he can't say shit.
We're going back to you. Don't cuss.
Yeah, that's $99,000 for her. $99,000 on hers.
Ordinary cold medicine, it's specially formulated for people with natural high blood pressure, is sugar-free.
How does he manage all the poopy business of 8 dogs living in a car?
Oh my God! Or just walking
Those
them
poor
for
dogs.
God's sake.
Somebody needs to rescue the 8 dogs. Living in a car. Ugh.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A girls is the chicken. They actually cook on the grill, cook it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A grilled spicy dog is spicy and it's full of flavor.
What was the name? Yeah. Yeah. Some insist on
Chick-fil-A app today, available for limited time.
It is pretty damn.
If you've been to the 2022 health insurance program, you want to get any health care that you know you need, this year. It's going to be the end of the year, insurance companies will try to find ways to delay you, so you have to
No,
pay.
I think it's
This Rat Master Clinic wants to help you now. If you're having any trouble at all with your voice, like hoarseness, or losing...
Did you guys see the Dow?
What is it?
28,792.
Is that bad, Mark? I don't know.
Worst week, worst month, worst fucking year.
Guess what? The Dems are going to clean up.
Da-da-da.
They're going to clean up. You don't know the tolerance of pain that they have.
I can't believe it, though. I mean, the Dow, it's unbelievable.
Hey, do you want to make a bet that Democrats maintain control of both the House and Senate?
We've already talked about this, and you won't bet, so why are you asking again?
What are you betting?
I said 500.
God, he's really confident. Gee.
On your smart device, Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Listen, I got to go back to Aaron. And Aaron, I'm sorry it took so long to get back to you. And I do want to try to help, and we may have to continue this. So you're you have a 95 Chevy Suburban, and it just stalled one time and never started again. And Jeff Vick says it could be so many things. Have you had anyone analyze it for you, Aaron?
No. So the issue is I'm originally from California. I'm currently stuck living in my vehicle because of this here in Colorado.
I got it.
And then I had somebody that was traveling with me that was helping as a mechanic. The mechanics that we've talked to, it's $125 plus an hour for the diagnosis, and I haven't had that kind of money.
Okay, let's ask you this question: you were going to go check on mileage. What's the mileage?
294,000 miles.
Oh,
everything.
My God. A little bit of mileage.
Everything's wrong.
Yeah, it could be so much. It could be so much, Aaron. Do you have any money to get it repaired?
Not as of right now. I just recently worked the Denver Gem and Mineral show here in Denver, and then right after the show, I was hit by a car, and I spent 4 days in a hotel room trying to heal and recover after
Wait a
being
minute.
hit by the car.
Aaron, you personally were hit. Your body?
Yeah, my body was hit by a car in a hit and run on a lift scooter the day after the Gym and Mineral show. I was helping do breakdown at the show, which is taking down the tents and everything. And I had to take a lift scooter out to where my vehicle was parked at, and in the process, I was hit by a car and they drove off on me.
You didn't get a plate number or anything?
No, it knocked me out cold.
Oh my
It's
God!
a scooter, Tom. It's not. It's not going to have a license plate.
No,
And for the person hitting him-
Mark.
I was riding the scooter when
Mark,
I was hit
he
by
was
a car.
riding the scooter.
I got you.
These things can do up to like 20 miles an hour.
Okay, hold on, man. Hold on. So, Aaron, right now, where's your Suburban?
I'm parked on the side of the road. I'm staying in the vehicle with my dogs. I'm actually traveling with 8 dogs.
8 dogs.
Why 8 dogs, man?
Because I had a property in California that was on 20 acres. I actually still have my 5th-wheel trailer in storage in California, but due to bad business partners, I basically lost everything to my name.
That's so. I'm so sorry about that, Aaron. 8 dogs. My God, that's got to be hard. That's got to be hard.
They're for the most part, yeah, it kind of is. A lot of people hear it and they think 8 dogs, it's hard. They're really well trained.
Are they little?
No, not by far. The littlest one is probably 40 to 50 pounds.
What kinds of dogs are they? Mutts or what? What are they?
No, they're not. I mean, they're mixed breeds, but they're black mouth cur and pit bull mix.
Okay, Aaron.
Man, that van's got to have some odor.
It's not a van, man. It's a Suburban. So what is your plan?
As of right now, I've been trying to get the vehicle fixed.
Yeah, but my God, with 200, did he say 294,000?
Yep.
Jeff, what is likely wrong with that?
They could be just about anything, but like we were talking before, I mean, in order for that engine to run and start, you have to have air, you have to have fuel, and you have to have spark. You need
Right.
to find out which one of those 3 you are missing, and then you can start
So, yeah,
back
listen,
tracing.
this is the issue.
I think SOS would go out
Hold
and
on.
diagnose it for a couple $100.
No, Aaron, what is your? Tell me the problem. What were you going to say?
Okay, so went down the line. I've replaced the fuel pump, the full distributor wires, spark plugs, the ECM module, the ignition switch, and several other parts. I've even made sure it wasn't the relay switch, everything. It will not produce a spark whatsoever. The only things I haven't replaced is the starter and the alternator. When I try to start it, my starter is strong. The
Okay,
alternator, when I was driving on it, I wasn't having battery die issues.
Well, if you have, hold on, man. We got to figure out what to do. Suze, put them on hold. We got to continue this no matter what. I mean, I'm sorry, bro, that you have to go into a weekend like this.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
If you or a loved one served at Camp Lejeune from 1953 to 1987 and developed a serious illness like cancer, leukemia, or non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, you might be entitled